chill tonight. It's just like, hey, let's see what happens here. Seriously. All right. Hey, true believers, England team here with back issue Bring. How are you doing?
Not a mouthful of popcorn.
Mouthful of popcorn? Yeah. We had popcorn the other night, and it has kept on being the gift that is being given. I don't care how many times you've lost. You're not getting it all first try. Hello to everybody. Let's see. Hey, you almost got it down there, Eric and Boyd. You know what? Okay, most of you here, I'm sure, know the spiel, but let me get the banner going here. Guys, I just found that there's a very weird thing that the post office did. I went to ship everything. I took everything down. I had to empty out a whole bunch of different boxes to make sure everybody's books were going to get shipped, because I ran out of the boxes I usually use, mainly because the missus threw out a whole bunch. It was like the old comic book thing again. But they raised prices, so yeah, here we go. PayPal address mediamadman1@gmail.com. I gotta drop the media stuff. 1 to 18 books, $9 priority padded envelope. 19 to 50 regular size comics, 16 priority. 51 and up is 20. And usually I find a short box or something. Actually, I'm running out of those. I'm going to be reordering those soon. And there you go. If you have any questions, ask. If you want to see a book up close, ask. Do things and such. That being said, what we got here? It's a whole bunch of image stuff and one with a half-naked chick on it. There we go. Can y'all see that? That good? That looks good.
It's tilted a little bit, but you can see them all.
Yeah, it's a little bit slanted. Like the Newman and the Brigade are higher than the Youngblood Prophet. All right, what we got is Brigade 0 on. Oh, let me put these letters up as well. There you go. Yeah, I just found out they hiked the medium box up to $18 now.
What was it before?
It was, well, when I first started this, it was $16, so I had $15 forever. I think I still add on only $15 at the end of the night, but it was $15 when we started. They raised it to like 16 and then 17 and change recently, and now it's 18 and change. Let's see. Brigade 0 is at A. B is Brigade number 14. Wildcats number 7 and 8 are C and D. E is Prophet number 7. On F, we have the Newman number 8. Have no idea what that is. Savage Dragon number 15 is G. H is a book called Rocket Girl by Amy Reeder. Has nothing to do with old Image. Team Youngblood number 14, and it says Riptide Exposed on that. And then you have Youngblood Strike File number 1, and bidding begins at $1 each as soon as hit the go, and I guess the bidding starts at $1 bid. Okay, there we go. Alrighty. Oh, well, thank you. Okay.
Hey.
Alrighty. You know what? I mentioned a while back, me and my wife, we discovered this show, Parks and Rec, and I understand everybody else has already been through it. So we've been watching it. We're up to season 6. We're now on 7. And they introduced a dude that yelled every 5 seconds. I have never done a turnaround on a show so freaking quick. I was like, I will not be able to watch this if this guy's still on this show in season 7. I might put myself through this dude. I absolutely hate it. Okay, I'm sorry. Acolyte sucks, kids.
No. Yeah, you said a guy who yells?
Yeah, I think his name was Craig or something like that on the show. So freaking unfunny. It was like embarrassingly unfunny. But I mean, otherwise, when he wasn't on it, it was good. Okay, why can't I? Shoot, I'm dropping here. All right. All right.
There we go. All right.
Are y'all still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Eric, you there?
Nope.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if the England team goes away. Yep, and there he goes.
We went away.
Yeah. So how are you doing on this fine Saturday, Eric?
I'm trying to figure out how a guy that sucked all year gets traded to a good team. It's overnight gets better.
Yeah.
And he's in the process of mowing the Reds down.
It's that old change of venue.
But he's on record saying he wants to come back.
Oh. Well, that's good. It means he had a good experience in Cincinnati.
We didn't. He sucked.
Well, obviously he still liked everybody.
Might be the first time any pitchers actually wanted to come back to Cincinnati that's escaped. Yeah. Because I said that that and Philadelphia and maybe one or two more parks are the easiest in the world to hit in.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. Well, happy to bring you a sports ball update. It's actually Georgia's Georgia. Oh, here he is. Doggone it. Oh wow.
That's not going to grow tiresome. Why?
There you go.
You mean you coming back right when we're getting into a good sports conversation?
Oh, yikes. Already. I just finished David Carter season 1 for the first time. It's good. Though for some reason I thought the show would be about her and Howard Stark founding S.H.I.E.L.D. Yeah, S.H.I.E.L.D. is already S.H.I.E.L.D. when they go. Yeah. Oh, well, let's get the 1 minute warning. It looks like nothing doing here. All right.
Yeah, I mean, if there was one book to put a buck on, it would be Rocket Girl #1 there. I really enjoyed that series. I don't know if I actually wound up completely finishing it because they did like the first 10 or so, and then there was like a gap, and then it kind of came back in a season 2 or kind of thing. And so I don't know if I've actually read all of it or all that's out there. But a really, really cool, interesting premise. It is a time travel story because it starts out, you meet the main character in the future, and in this future, it's basically teenagers that are the police in this future. But that she recognizes her, and I think one other person kind of like recognized something doesn't seem quite right going on, and so they think that somebody's tampered with the time stream, and she winds up going back in time to then it would be like 2020 New York City, and so it's kind of the culture shock thing, and she's there to make sure that the person that came up with the theories for time travel and what have you, stay on the narrow, and it's an interesting book. I really enjoyed it.
Well, let's see what happens. Let's see, and there we go. We'll get that stop, and I'll pull these down. First slot of the night, no takers. All right. Whoop. Microphone here. Already, everything is in the reject.
Yeah. And Eric, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but there is a chance the U may be back. That or Florida is really, really bad.
Say what now?
Miami beat Florida today, 41-17.
Huh. They must have traded conferences before the game started.
All righty. Next up, we have Freak Force #12. And we have Shadowhawk #17, co-starring Spawn. We have the $6 Million Man from Dynamite Comics. Is this Blair Smith, somebody like that? I don't know. Or is it Scotty Young? There we go. Next up, we have Team 7 #3, written by Chuck Dixon. And we have the Amazing Fantasy starring Spider-Man. That's number 16. On the bottom row, Blood Strike, issue number 15. And we have Blood Strike, issue number 16. And here's issue number 17. There we go. And we have Warblade, issue number 1. And Warblade, issue number 2. Bidding begins at $1 each as soon as LK says go. All righty. Yeah, more Image.
Yeah. Can
I feel obligated to put everything up at least once, but come on.
Can I poke holes in what you just said? Okay.
Sure.
Yes, the ACC lost to, we've been on more than 5 minutes. Fucking Vanderbilt. Remember Vanderbilt 2 years ago when they had a girl kicker that lectured the team?
Oh yeah. Oh, I know. Believe
And
me,
they still hadn't won a
I know,
game
but-
of consequence until today.
Yeah. Hey.
Yeah, they're wretched.
Hey, if this Miami team can somehow win 10 games even in a down ACC conference, I'll take it.
Do we know what Profit is about?
Not totally offhand. I haven't read it so long. I mean, I know that, Prophet was, basically a lone figure. It wasn't any kind of team book or anything like that.
Mysterious super soldier forged in past to combat evil in the future. It's Berserker.
Prophet was what the success of those couple issues of Moon Knight got Stephen Platt.
Ah, okay.
Prophet was Platt's, like Pitt was Dale Keown's passion project.
Right. Okay. Let's see. We do have a bid. George says $1 on the Shadowhawk starring Spawn. All right. That's GK. All right. Cool. We're on our way, ladies and gentlemen. All it takes is the first step.
I forgot what I was crabbing about when he so rudely interrupted me with auction talk.
I know. I apologize. Let's get back to the sports. That's why we're really here. And the Wilma report.
It only took you 4+ years to realize that.
I know. By the way, okay, you know what? I'm glad you brought that up. Because I was actually thinking, as I was setting everything up and ready to go, we have done this almost every Saturday for 4 years.
Yes.
Thank you very, very much from the bottom of my heart for being here when you could and helping out. This is both of you. This is RDB. This is Maranya. Everybody who's done this. It really means a lot. Thank you very much for all of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's very cool. All right. There you go. Anyway.
I remember now. I left a comment on somebody's thread today. Okay, the ACC is becoming the football equivalent of jobbers.
$6 million man is no Scotty Young, says Undead Quinn.
Yeah. Although, Eric, I realized this afternoon what one positive of no longer having the Pac-12.
Bill Walton didn't live to see it.
Well, there's that, but also the fact of no going, oh, hey, there's a game I want to watch. Oh, it's on the Pac-12 network. I can't get it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, if you want to. It was last night was bad enough, or what? I think it was last. So if I turn to the Big Ten network right now, I watch Oregon.
Yeah.
And then followed by Washington.
Yeah. Well, and CBS has that scintillating UCLA versus Hawaii matchup.
What? Oh, CBS Sports?
No, CBS, the network.
You got to be kidding me.
No.
Wow.
Again, I mean, you talk about, I know everybody's lately been talking about how TNT screwed up the NBA rights deal. CBS screwed up just as badly losing the SEC.
They couldn't. And it's weird because CBS is usually really good with programming that's just letters.
Yeah. Yeah, but basically they're getting the fourth Big Ten game, like the fourth and fifth Big Ten games. this season, and a few other things. They might have some Big 12 thrown in there too. I can't remember. But yeah, so the start of the college football season on CBS, Akron at Ohio State, followed by UCLA versus Hawaii.
See, if they had convinced the people at the network that it was actually an SEC, they would have bid through the roof for it and kept it.
Oh, and last night, I was talking about how I was having a little problem finding boxes to ship everything in. Everybody is out. The books are there. So there you go. Everything's back on track. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, good. Oh,
Patience, man. Yours, I think I got everything. It all fit into a short box. I have them in potted envelopes, but there is some space, but it's not going to cause any problems or anything.
Okay.
I made sure
I had enough for a short box, but
yeah. I discovered I was holding quite a bit for you there, man.
oh, okay.
Actually, if I'm going down that particular rabbit hole, Jim, I'm holding 2 boxes for you. So I'm also holding a box and a half for RDB. I need to get sent out. I sent out a short box for Dominic and ULK today as well. So yeah, there's a few that are being held.
Okay, they're interviewing Nick Martinez in the dugout, and I can kind of read lips. He's going, "Yeah, I have a player option for year 2. So if I hadn't been sucking so bad lately, I could have gotten off of this train wreck."
We sold 4 out of this 10, so that's a 40% increase. That's awesome. Yep. All righty, so this is what we got. George says, "Let me get that Shadow Hawk." All righty, and then Brian says, "Let's get the Blood Strikes." All righty, and you know what? I would have gone for the Warblades. I dig his art best. What was that, Silvestri? I don't think that was him, but it was his group.
Best comic up there is probably Freak Force.
You know, you're right. That is a fun one. That was the art Eric Larson Savage Dragon universe being expanded. Yeah, that was good stuff. All right. Let's see. What do we have next? The last of the dollar books before we move on to the $2. I did what you mentioned, and I advertised the Crisis on Infinite Earths. We are definitely going to stop everything around 9:30, and we're going to do the big dogs. But first, we have Alpha Flight number 8, and we have Alpha Flight number 9, and here is Alpha Flight number 10, and number 12, and here is issue number 14. We have issue number 15. And here is issue number 16. Number 18. Number 19. And number 21. Bidding begins at $1 each. As soon as LK says go. It's been a while since we've had Alpha Flight into the auction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's a good read. I believe most.
Didn't you say these were $2?
No, it's $1. This is the last one. This is the last
okay. I really should start paying attention.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. It's been 4 years, man.
Why start now?
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I believe these are all burn, aren't they?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
I do even 21, I think. Yes, but yeah, all of them are the burn one.
I think he went through like 25 or something.
25 or 6, and then because he left right before the Secret Wars 2 crossovers, I think.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
There you go. No. We got a 2-man bidding war here.
I like this going up by 50 cents.
Yeah.
Keep it going, fellas.
Yeah, well, Eric started out $1 on the lot. Jim saw he got beat out and countered with $1.50 per book for the lot.
Alrighty.
So, yeah, and I mean, you got to love the cover there on number 8. I mean, that's John Byrne doing something like out of a romance comic for that cover.
Oh, with the brother and sister, yeah, I believe he finds Sasquatch. Wasn't it Sasquatch hitting on her?
I believe so.
Yeah,
not of course in the superhero form, and North
Walter
Star doesn't
Lankowski
trust him.
form.
Yeah, North Star doesn't like it because it has a split personality, and he feels that Kowalski, right? Lankowski was is kind of trying to take advantage of her because she's not all there in the head. So it is a bit of a drama, a what do you call them? General Hospital soap opera.
yeah. And of course, though, at the same time, it's even more fun if you don't know that they're brother and sister. Then it looks like, oh my God, I've walked in. What are you doing? I thought you loved me.
Yeah, knowing the brother and sister, there's a very it's kind of weird. That's weird.
So, yeah.
What else going on? Oh,
And
that's,
if it were a manga, it would be okay. Eric and Boyd, $2 on A, B, and C.
all right. Yeah, $2 on A, B, and C. Yeah, George invited me. Wow, this is the sickest group. Hello to Xenia Ilarionova. All right. Well, feel free if you see something you want to bid on it, and welcome. Just welcome. Yeah. And we have $2 on A, B, and C from Eric Inboy. All right, $1.50, $2, $2.
Yep. No.
You ever make a plan to absolutely do nothing?
So that seems like most of my life. Yeah.
My plan for tomorrow is I'm going to work on packages and such, and watch Horizon. That Kevin Costner Western. It's like 3 hours long. So
Okay. And Eric is saying $2 on F and G, the first two in the bottom row. So he wants the Namor and the Morita fight and the part 2.
alrighty, so we had ENB 1, then Jim 150, and then he is putting $2 on A and B, or F and G. Wait,
No, he's got $2 on A, B, and C.
oh
And
no, but here's this is why I said that. See, this is the front page, and I should have F and all that, but that's what I did on the second. So,
Okay.
that's why I read off A and B. It's okay. Once again, guys, make sure you're keeping track of everything you win.
Well, and Jim coming back with $2.50 on F and G.
All right.
Or in your parlance, A2 and B2.
Yes.
Okay, what conference is Arizona in now?
Oh, they are in the Big 12. Yes, so it's UCLA, USC, Oregon, and Washington went to the Big 10. You had Texas and Oklahoma leave the Big 12 to go to the SEC. You have Arizona, Utah, Colorado, and Arizona State that went to the Big 12. You've got Stanford and Cal, along with SMU, that went to the ACC, and that leaves out poor Oregon State and Washington State on their own. But they're playing mostly a Mountain West schedule.
Is anybody at all troubled that conferences with like the Big Ten has 18
$3 on
teams.
F&G from Eric Boyd.
Yes, it's horrible. I personally hate it. If I were some kind of sports czar, I would decree that conferences couldn't be bigger than 10, and that you were required to play everybody in your conference during.
Yeah, I'm not even talking about that so much as at least the SEC doesn't have a number in its name. How you can tell college kids, yeah, come join our 18 team Big Ten.
Yeah. Well, you know what? It's been that way ever since they added Penn State. God, what was that now? 20 plus years ago when it went from 10 to 11. So
I remember when the Big 12 didn't even have 12 members.
yeah. Well, you mean when it was the Big 8, and then when the Southwest Conference dissolved because of corruption, for a lack of a better term.
So, Undead Quinn, who are you seeing at this metal concert? That is that would be fun. I haven't been to a rock concert forever. Last one we saw Dennis DeYoung from Styx. Who else did we see? Oh, my wife bought us tickets to a Bee Gees cover band. They were actually pretty good. But I think the last big show I saw was Billy Joel. For some reason, the mother-in-law, before she hated everybody, bought tickets. Like, nobody asked, but she bought tickets. Oh, I know y'all like Billy Joel. Here, take tickets, okay? I'll go see a Billy Joel concert. That was pretty good, though.
Yeah, that's nice.
The next thing, we've discovered theater around here. It's the one thing that beyond movies that is to do. We just saw Anastasia, but they're having a movie meet and greet where you watch the Princess Bride and then Carrie Elways takes questions. Now, let's go see that. Why not? It's inexpensive. Let's go talk to Carrie Elways.
Oh,
What question would you ask him?
When you saw the Bee Gees cover band, did they play any of the old stuff, or was it more of like the Saturday Night Fever era?
They played everything. My wife is a huge Bee Gees fan. You know her, Gail. She's a huge Bee Gees fan, and they played the old stuff when they almost didn't sound like the Bee Gees. Before they made the transition, they played the newer stuff. They played the Grease, the song from Grease. So yeah, they nailed it. It was actually a really good concert.
So, one of the things I've been doing this week is I've been cataloging all my books.
Uh-huh.
And I've just been playing 60s music, and I played the first Bee Gees album. I've said it before, and I'll say it again, as my all-time top 25. That is just a brilliant record from start to finish.
Yeah, Bound of Blood. The most death metal I ever got into was a band from the 80s called Cannibalistic Corpse.
Cannibal Corpse.
Cannibal Corpse. Well, it's been 30 years. I don't.
My favorite, Eaten Back to Life was my favorite Cannibal Corpse. Do you have one?
No, I couldn't even tell you an album name. They had awesome covers and just loud guitar. That's all I remember.
I have a Cannibal Corpse story.
Okay.
Guy from around here joined the band.
Okay.
And they, at the time, were on Metal Blade. And in those days, since everybody was burning CDs by then, it was kind of everybody looked the other way when the metal labels would get into stores a few days early, because the reality was you would sell more copies before the actual release date than you would from the release date to the end of time. Because once it was out, Johnny buys it and burns it for 50 friends. And this kid in Cannibal Corpse called Metal Blade to tattle on stores selling it early.
Oh, dear Lord.
I think he was politely told to go fuck himself. And he ended up being the gunman in a hostage situation.
Oh, wow. On that note, let's see. Eric and Boyd had A, B, and C for $2 each. And he also had,
real quick, he wants to know the issue numbers.
say again?
He wants to know the issue number so he can be certain.
Oh, you bid on 8, 9, and 10, and 15 and 16. You bid $3 on that was F and G, and you were at $3. Everything else is to Jim at $1.50, and that would be 12, 14, 18, 19, and 21. All righty. Good times. Yeah, I wish I remembered half the shit I used to listen to. Okay, so we're on to the $2 books. Zoinks. Right. Where's the $2? There we go. And let's see. You're going to see a lot of these tonight. The collection I got had a whole bunch of them, but here we have the New Defenders, issue number 124. Officially, the New Defenders in issue 125. And we have 126, 127. Here is 128, 129. New Defenders 130. We've got the New Defenders 131, 132, and 133. So it is a complete run between issue 124 and 133. Bidding begins at $2 each as soon as LK says go. And we will continue the New Defenders at 134, and I've got the complete run to about I think 150 or 160. So also we've got proper Defenders. If you don't like New Defenders, we've also got proper Defenders coming up. I don't know if you call them proper. I dug this run. This was actually when I jumped in on the Defenders, and I went back and read the other stuff from this. This is a really good run of books right here, guys.
As I've said before,
Yeah.
this is one of those books that always found its way to the bottom of the pile.
Yep.
Which and now would be absolutely the first thing I would read because it's aged well. You realize how good everything was, how good we had it.
Till it's gone.
Well, and until you last long enough to. Good Lord, it's gotten so bad they're sacrifice bunting. Nobody does that anymore.
Must be bad if it interrupts you like that.
What's that?
Comic books live long enough to see themselves become the villain.
It must be bad if it just immediately interrupts your train of thought like that.
Well, this guy has one hit since June, so I guess making contact on a bunt's an improvement. By the way, the Campbell Corpse guy, it ended peaceably and he got help, but he's not in the band anymore. But the funny thing about most death metal bands, except for maybe there's like Scandinavia, one of those European countries where they take it way too seriously and live that life. They're the nicest people in the world, and so are their fans. I mean, it's like people come to the record store and go, "Excuse me, would you happen to have a copy of Dying Fetus?" It's like they're asking for Grey Poupon, and I figured it was either because they got so tired of being stigmatized everywhere they went, or they really did have corpses in their basement and didn't want to draw attention to themselves.
Jim says $2 on everything but A and F. Well, you know what? I was when I was about 18 or 19, I had I forgot what band it was, but I bought a poster, put it on the wall, and there's the band. And I'm just looking. It wasn't like I put up the poster and started looking, but it's one of those cases where I was in my room, I looked at the heavy metal poster on my wall, and I went, what a bunch of dorks. When they're playing the guitars and everything, they look cool in the videos. But I looked at them, I was like, they're just a bunch of dorks. And I'm wondering how many of these guys were band geeks? How many of them, how many of them could get, let's start a band because we can't get laid and all that kind of crap. And then when they did interviews, they just kind of cemented in, what a bunch of dorks.
Oh, okay. You appreciate this. I was watching a documentary on Cradle of Filth. Why? I have no idea.
Hmm.
But they showed them in their trailer, and guys are sitting there reading Baseball Weekly. They're completely normal when they weren't playing Cradle of Filth.
Because we got high.
Yeah. Well, have you heard Baby Metal, Eric?
I thought that was a bit.
No. It is a. I think they're Korean. It's three little Korean girls that play heavy metal music, and it's pretty good. And
I have seen. Okay, they're not little anymore, right? They're like
Well, I mean, they're adults, but I mean,
okay, I know.
Yeah.
I know exactly who you're talking about now.
Here he goes.
Yeah, because they did
our quick break here, talking about Baby Metal, and I kind of bring them up, and it's funny because they contributed to the theme for Bash in Berlin, along with I guess a couple of German metal artists or something. So. Which was a good show. I think honestly, you would have enjoyed the old school style of the Orton Gunther match.
Yeah, let's say real quick. I think Baby Metal, don't they do like some Metallica shit?
They probably have, yeah.
Because I know who they're. Someone showed that to me, and I didn't make the connection until just now. I'm assuming Gunther won?
Yes.
And
you'll never guess. He won with a sleeper, and it was awesome.
Well, like I said, I love Gunther.
Yeah.
I said he's one of those guys that I really enjoy because, like I said, this is not a knock on WWE, but he does not look like he fits there.
No. And somebody brought up. I was kind of watching a watch along chat. Real quick, somebody brought this up. So he's been on the main roster or been on the WWE system for 2,000 days. 1,500 of those days, he has held some title.
Yeah.
And I mean, when you think about who he is and kind of his demeanor and his character, that's incredible in terms of what he's been able to do to elevate and keep these titles. Because honestly, when he was the Intercontinental Champion, he did a ton to increase the visibility and the importance of that title. He was great. So
I think him looking like sticking out like a sore thumb. Now I want to say he would do the same in AEW. He looks like he's about 30 years too late.
Yeah,
and I love that there's still a place for guys like that in wrestling. It's like Kevin Steen, and I know you're not going to agree with this, but Eddie Kingston, because they don't all have to fit that mold out of central casting.
Yeah,
when your ability or your just stick-to-itiveness, I like that it can still pay off for people.
Yeah. So again, Eddie Kingston, I liked initially, and then one of the problems with AEW, and it's partially because Tony's not a strong personality, is he was able to indulge in some of his worst ideas and just kind of take things too far. And of course, I mean, he's been on the shelf now for 6 months? It seems like.
Stop here and ready. New defender. It's right in front. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. It's Jim. Everything but A and F at $2 each. A and F hit the reject pile.
Well, okay. I get what you're saying. But that wasn't really my point.
Yeah.
My point was that there was
that there's a place for him. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like wrestling is full of Johnny Bravos now. And I'm not saying they're untalented Johnny Bravos, but you get the reference, right?
Mm-hmm.
The cartoon Johnny Bravo?
No. Greg Brady.
Oh,
fits the
Greg,
suit.
okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Well, honestly, though, it actually applies either way. Because I'd say there's plenty of Cartoon Network Johnny Bravo types in wrestling too.
Okay, kids, next up we have Conan, issue number 121. And we have Conan issue 123. Here is issue 124. And we have issue number 125. Issue number 126. 127. Here is Red Sonja, issue number 5. Issue number 7. And we have issue number 10. And finally, issue number 13. Bidding begins at $2 each as soon as LK says go. And fun times. Good barbarian reading, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, somebody should contact Venkman here. I know he'd be interested in the Red Sonians, but you can beat him to it if the price is right.
The price is right. It's $2 each. For the price of 2 brand new, pretty crappy comic books off the shelf, you can get 10 awesome 80s books that were based on some, I was about to say Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. That is not him. Go ahead.
Edgar Rice Burroughs.
Edgar Rice Burroughs, yes, the writing of Conan Arthur, yeah. I fucked that up. So, anywho, now we got a bid. Jim says GHINJ. Okay. Once again, a little bit allergic to the F.
But okay. One way I look at it is, you can say it's a lack of Tony Khan being a strong man, but I think part of it is WWE has been a slickly packaged product for so long now that people forget that there are wrestlers that I'll refer back to ECW. There are these guys that wanted to do the things they did, knowing that their next stunt could be their last.
Yeah,
I think some of that spirit exists in AEW.
Oh, it's 100. Oh, that's 100%. You can start with Darby Allin,
and I think that's something that's because it would do AEW no good to try to be a WWE clone, because WWE will always do that better. And so it's hard to fault these guys, because it's not like Tony Khan says, do this thing that could end your career or you're fired. It's just there's some of these guys that just this daredevil spirit that, because I used to watch ECW, and it was like just one holy shit moment after another. It's like
AU says $2 on A, B, C, and E.
You know what I've learned tonight? Talking wrestling sells these books way better than talking about these books.
I know, right? It's weird. But,
oh, here we go.
It's not baseball that makes people respond to comics. It's wrestling.
Well, fortunately, LK and I are versatile.
Yes, very much so.
If Black Cat were here, they'd be talking about kickball, and I'd be nodding off. But
yeah, well, maybe not. Yeah, and so yeah, I mean, at the same time, it's like I'm just waiting. It's sometimes, though, it's just like in other professional sports, though. Sometimes you need a coach or an athletic trainer to say, no, you're not going to do that. You're going to get yourself hurt.
And I'll counter with, there have been 20 times more pitching injuries since they started babying pitchers. And, well, babying pitchers by telling them to go out and give max effort for 5 innings. And it's led to so many more injuries.
It's not just the babying part. It's more of just throwing 100% every single pitch, and all these other weird arm angles and cutters and sliders and what have you.
Now, you'd have to admit that WWE is way more careful than AEW.
Yes.
They still get injuries.
Yeah.
I said it's
and absolutely. I mean, injuries are part of it, but
yeah.
the other thing though is I would say, okay, if you're gonna do the dangerous stuff, save it for the biggest impact. You don't need to do it in a run of the mill. Well, hell, you don't need to do anything like that in Rampage. You shouldn't do it in a collision show. If it's the main event of Dynamite, okay, maybe, but when you're in the middle of an 8-man tag at 8:30 on a Wednesday, you don't need to be diving into a pile of people.
You're also fighting for viewers.
Yeah, but
and if you just mail in the Friday and Saturday shows, then why have them?
Well, I'd argue they've pretty much been mailing in the Friday show for a while now, but
I'm not sure why they even do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Well, I guess
it gives Tony Khan a reason to talk about his favorite movie of all time.
I just want to remind you that your beloved company was owned by an absolute bastard for 40 years.
Oh, I know. Are you kidding me?
What?
You saw the Netflix announcement.
Right? All right, let's get a 1-minute warning here.
Yeah.
And right now, AU has A, B, C, and E, and Jim has the Red Sonjas. All right.
So let's see. Yes, Conan is issue 126, A, B, C, D. No, that D is 125. E is 126. Brian. And F. What is F? What issue number is that, Conan?
F is 127.
27.
Yeah, 123 through 127 is a complete run, by the way.
So back to important stuff. Were there any turns today?
Let me see. No. I mean, again, there's little things sprinkled, but for instance, like where you thought maybe Jade was going to finally turn on Bianca, no. Instead, they won the tag titles back. And honestly, I think that's because Jade is nowhere near ready to be a singles person.
Okay, if that turn, it's there's going to be a turn, but it's not going to be Jade.
Oh, you think Bianca would turn heel?
They have to, because she's. I think if anybody cared anymore, and that's the problem, no one cares anymore.
Yeah.
She has been so lost in the. Hell, I don't know. Is there other than Liv and Rhea? Does anybody care about any of the women's division?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it depends on necessarily level of care. I mean, you've got kind of storyline right now with Nia Jackson holding the title, and Tiffany's kind of like her friend, but she's also got the Money in the Bank briefcase, and so there's kind of the tension of when is she going to try and cash in, sort of thing. Which isn't bad. Interestingly, I didn't remember this, but one of the reasons why Bianca might have gotten lost in the shuffle a little bit, or initially they dropped the title, was, I guess, a few months ago she thought she was pregnant, and it turned out she's not.
Well, I think the other problem with her is she has become an absolute cartoon character.
Yeah, that's something that Austin, actually, while they're prattling on about sports, I'm writing stuff down, and then I just sit here going, okay, is there a break in the conversation? Okay, let me put up stop. Alrighty, and yep, what we got here is, let's see, on the top row, oh goodness, I had that, where did I put it? It was right here. Okay. Let's see. The top row, I believe, was AU, who had Conan 121, 123, 124, and 126. That's A, B, C, and E. And then Jim had the Red Sonias. And the only one to hit the floor is 127. Oh, wait, no. Brian came in and got
$2 on DNF.
DNF. So everything has a place.
Yeah.
All righty. Let me get these down. We'll get the next round up. Get
Yeah.
to the $3 books.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, the women's division, I mean, is a little bit in flux because Becky's taking some time off, waiting for Charlotte to come back. I think Bailey's taking a little bit of a break since she dropped the title to Nia, and then you kind of got a little bit of a new generation there that's still trying to figure out, okay, where are they going to go? And then, of course, you've got some fantastic women actually in NXT right now. Roxanne Perez is an awesome champion. I've watched her several times in NXT.
All right. Give me just a moment here. Next up, we have can you change this to $3? We have Defenders issue number 73, and we have issue number 74, and here is issue number 75. I like the word bubble. Issue number 76. And here's issue number 77. So it's a complete run, 73 to 77. We have issue number 82. And then we have issue number 84. Issue number 85. 86. And 87. So from 84 to 87 is complete run as well. And there will be more of the older Defenders later. For now, bidding begins.
Uh-oh. Oh, there he goes.
So back to the important thing.
Yeah.
My gripe with Bianca Belair, because I said, and here's how you could tease that it's her turn. All she'd have to do, and see if anybody notices, stop twirling her hair. Because you can't go 3 seconds into a Bianca Belair appearance without her twirling the hair.
Yeah.
And so, so she's absolutely probably the favorite of the little Jimmies, but she ain't John Cena.
No,
who was never allowed to turn
He
heel.
says go.
No.
That was almost seamless.
No.
There
we go. Go.
I think it would also help elevate Jade also, and it would breathe new life into Bianca's character.
Oh yeah, I think it would. It was definitely fun to watch. I think it was Isla that yanked on that ponytail and pulled her back off the ropes into a move, and kind of bringing up, it's kind of like, why haven't more heels done that in terms of, doing something creative?
You want to be the one that pulls it off and breaks the illusion.
Well, I guess somebody was mentioning, I guess the best one was, I think Asuka one time grabbed her and tied her hair around the ropes.
Yeah.
And so, Jim out of the box with $3 on all but C. So I'm going to guess he's got C. But yeah, there are some really impressive women in the NXT ranks right now that looking forward to, seeing them get a little more experience down there, kind of refine themselves, and then what they might be able to contribute to the main roster.
I wasn't denigrating the women that are there now.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that it's just Rhea and Liv are such overwhelming personalities.
Yeah,
that they're kind of like, oh, and Charlotte's probably looking at this and going, God, am I going to remember me when I come back?
Yeah. Oh, people will remember, but yeah, I'm not sure how close she is to being cleared yet medically, because I still think she's a little bit of ways away. But yeah, I mean, again, you talk about every match today was fun in one way or another. I mean, the Drew CM Punk thing was just great slobber knocker. Beat
Who
the
won
hell out
that?
of each other. Punk did.
So there'll be a rubber match, the pay per view coming up.
Right. Well, it's one of two things. Either the feud's over now because Punk also got the bracelet back.
Is anybody a movie fan that might feel like they want to jump on Knox? I have no fucking clue what you guys are talking about.
Yeah.
I do know what AU's talking about. Conan famous quote: "To crush your enemies, to see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentations of the women."
Yeah.
Yes, that is a very good movie. I just found the Blu-ray for 50 cents at the flea market. Some guy got a whole bunch of movies just trying to blow them out. So I was like,
No,
yeah,
that's
give me that.
Yeah, that's definitely a good deal. Yeah, just to finish up. Yeah, Punk won. He took the bracelet off an unconscious Drew McIntyre. Great strap match. So yeah, it's either it's over or Drew somehow goads Punk into, and it has to, the last thing they can do would be a Hell in a Cell cage match at Bad Blood in Atlanta in a month or two. Nope. Does that mean England team's about to go away?
No, that means England team
No.
started trying to write well while my cursor wasn't over that always happens. But we got the 1 minute warning. See if anybody wants to challenge Jim in this last minute.
Yeah, and then Rhea and Priest beat Dom and Liv with Priest pinning Dom. Oh wait, no. Yeah, trying to think now who pinned who, because I was trying to think what the finisher was. Oh no, I take it back. No, Rhea. That's right. No, Rhea pinned Liv. That's right. So they gotten kind of their modicum of revenge, and now, of course, that sets up Rhea eventually going after Liv's title.
Stop. Everything goes to Jim except for C. That hits the reject, and there you go. Let me get these down. We'll get the next round up, and I do believe we've got one more $3.
See, I don't think there's any point in having intergender matches anymore, because in the old days before we got so hyper politically correct,
yeah,
the male characters could hit the female characters, especially like when they would get hit first.
Yeah.
Well, now, like I said, Rhea can hit men all day long and they can't do anything.
Yeah. I mean, it's the one thing where I look at it and go, Rhea Ripley should be the exception. Because she is so big and powerful, and she's hitting moves on the guys.
All right, give me just a moment. Next up, kids, we have got the Incredible Hulk issue 242, and then we have the Incredible Hulk issue 243. Get some early 80s Hulk. Here is actually, I guess it might actually be 70s, right? The TV sensation 245.
Yeah, 79, I think.
Yep, 247. And then we have 260. Now we're in the 80s. And let's see, here's 262. And we have 265. Look, Ghost Rider, Texas Tornado. And here is Marvel Tales, issue number 77.
Is that Firebird on the cover too?
Yep.
Oh.
We have 80. And issue number 76. There we go. All righty. Bidding begins at $3 each as soon as LK says go. So can you give us a hint on these Marvel Tales issues?
Yeah, they're still out of order. You're out of order.
76.
Yeah, 76 reprints issue 95, where he goes to London to look for Gwen. And we won't mention what they. Oh, you son of a bitch! He was 2 feet over the wall. And 77 is the first part of the non-code approved Green Goblin drug trilogy. And if I'm not mistaken, the one on the right is reprints 99, and it has a happy ending because Gwen comes home
Oh,
Well, that's nice.
after having her babies from when Norman knocked her up. But we didn't know that then.
Okay,
not
so that's
so-
awesome. You just made things weird.
But I just told the truth. I didn't make them weird. J. Michael Straczynski made it weird.
Yeah, that is the
If you
truth.
telling lies.
Yeah, tell me when I'm
Just
telling
make little
lies. And I recommend the Hulks wholeheartedly. I don't know why they never gave traction in these auctions, but damn, these are good books.
Yeah. Yeah, I was a big fan as a kid. Still am of this era of Hulk. I mean, obviously, being a child during the TV era, I just loved a lot of things Hulk. Okay, we got a bid 3 on G from Jim.
And I will admit, when Mantlo did the protracted run with Bruce Banner having the Hulk having Bruce's intellect,
Yeah.
I loved that because I've been waiting for that since I started collecting. But these stories are really good too.
The
And
Hulk. Oh, sorry.
no, I'm saying, and they for whatever reason they don't get to quote not Gaetti. Not nearly enough people talk about the Hulk.
Well, he was actually a lot smarter than given credit for. He
Depends
will
on who was
hold
writing.
and he will and hold entire conversations, and he doesn't always go me am. Austin says 3 on A.
No, I agree. In the late 70s, I don't remember who was writing, but they made it a point to make him more intelligent than you would think. And then Bill Mantlo kind of did the same thing. And the problem with just like any modern Spider-Man writer writes him as a sad sack
Yeah.
because they don't get Peter Parker, let alone Spider-Man. Anybody that tries to write the Hulk smash now makes him dumb as a 2-year-old retard.
Yes.
And that just wasn't the case. It's just it's what they think it's supposed to be. And that's why I'm glad nobody does that anymore. Not that I read Marvel, but
Yeah. You could have just said dumb as Joe Biden, but point stands.
We just got didn't they write that the Hulk has every superpower now?
no, that's Captain Marvel.
No, seriously. Yeah, I know, right? The scroll from in the what was it, Max Bemis, the Immortal Hulk? Didn't they write it? He could send people to hell. He's got every superpower.
That I no idea.
Whatever power he needs for the situation he has.
Well, I know that it was Al Ewing that did Immortal Hulk.
Okay, there you go. I'll give him.
But he got chopped up and put into jars and was still alive.
Yeah, it's stupid. There should have been an editor to say that's stupid.
And yet that's the Hawkman of the last 8 years of Marvel.
Yeah. Well, you're assuming, of course, that the editor isn't the one that came up with that idea.
And I said, from what I understand, it wasn't a bad run per se, but I always looked at it as if you just called it an Elseworlds, because that version of the Hulk doesn't really fit with a shared superhero universe.
Yeah.
Really hasn't since World War Hulk, but
Well, they overpowered him. This is Earthbreaker Hulk. Okay, yeah, it's done. Yeah, they did the same thing in DC with Superman going Nova or something like that.
well,
Let's see.
Hulk,
You need the 1 minute warning.
the Hulk thing in World War Hulk, that made sense because that was his. It's always the madder he gets, the stronger he gets, and he was never as mad as when he was sent out into space by people he thought were his friends. And they also had the very overpowered Sentry So that gave, and that was what it took to finally stop him. And then, which was, I think they had, then Sentry went nuts, and I think Thor killed him. But
After watching The Incredible Hulk for the first time a few months ago, it's refreshing to see traditional Hulk tropes. Betty, Joe Ross on the run, trying to clear himself. Yeah, I like that movie. I really did. Hulk is also at his most brutal and fast in The Incredible Hulk. Yep. I dug that one. That was a pretty good one.
Yeah, and then of course that led to the Sentry's powers getting split and going to 6 different individuals.
Yeah, Marvel sucks.
thank goodness
DC
one
ain't
was a
much
lesbian
better.
in a wheelchair.
Yeah, with multiple sclerosis, with MS, in a wheelchair. He was a lesbian of some undetermined racial mixture. And the one white guy that got powers turned out to be the evil one that then went around and killed the other 4 that got powers, who were all different part of the diversity pyramid, because he believed that the more he killed, he absorbed their powers and would get stronger to become the one true Sentry. And then, of course, it was the power of friendship. And I wish I was joking, but it was almost like My Little Pony, that helped her defeat and take the powers from the guy, and the other ones really put up and went to Marvel Heaven or wherever.
All right, A goes to Austin and Proctor, and we've got Jim getting issue number 76 of Marvel Tales. Alrighty, everything else hits the rejects.
Isn't, when you're talking about Marvel or modern comics, isn't White Man and Evil redundant?
Yes, pretty much. And you would think it was written by T. Franklin, but it wasn't.
No, they're saving her for the
horrible writer.
Wheelchair Sentry, Wheelchair Spider, or whatever crossover.
Yeah. Well, except for the fact that she didn't create either. Well, that's
no. It's been about 4. It's been about 4 years. It's time for T. Franklin to take credit for the Sentry too.
All righty, kids. Next up, we have Weird Mystery Tales, issue number 22. Oh, can you change the banner to 5? Weird Mystery Tales, issue number 22. Then we've got Batman Punisher by Denny O'Neil and somebody named Kitson.
Barry.
I don't believe him. The King Size Annual number 15 of Fantastic Four, featuring Captain Marvel and Doctor Doom, whom apparently lives. And then we have America's Greatest Comics. These are AC Comics that reprint Golden Age. I've been trying to get rid of these for about 5 years, you think? Golden Age Venom Mystery. It's got Will Eisner, Lou Fine, Jack Cole, quality artists of the Golden Age, Black X, Death Patrol, Human Bombs.
And there we go.
Okay, remind us to tell E that Jim Sorson got the Hulk with the Western heroes, not Marvel Tales.
Yeah. Yeah. So
I just want to point out, we started talking comics and we only sold 2 of the 10.
Yeah, let's go back.
Yes, see, well, yeah, that's what happens when the host makes a decision that has detrimental effect on his own product.
Yeah. Well, there's an NXT PLE tomorrow night. I think they're in Denver for it, and the main event is Ethan Page versus Joe Hendry for the NXT title.
Hey, that reminds me. I saw Baron Corbin and
not annoying at all. Why do you ask?
In Apollo Crews, yeah, they're a tag team basically in NXT right now.
Yeah, are they the faces or the heels?
Good question. I'm not entirely sure. I think they're heels. I think they're more heelish.
Jim Sorson got the Hulk with the Western heroes, not a Marvel Tales, and I don't think anybody heard the descriptions for the bottom books.
No.
Okay, so we have Captain America Annual number 4 at
Awesome.
F. And then G is Captain America Annual number 6.
Awesome.
H, which I thought was G when I picked up Jim's books, is Captain America issue number 286 with that awesome, iconic Deathlock cover. And then we've got Captain Marvel issue number 61, and then the Avengers, and that is issue number 220. Let me dig out the proper book over here. And
Avengers
bidding
220.
begins. I put up the start, so there you go.
Avengers 220 is the part 2 of a storyline where Moondragon hypnotizes Thor into thinking he's in love with her. Yeah, and it got Moondragon banged half the Marvel universe when she liked dudes. And it was a good story. And basically, that was the last straw that prompted Odin to put that ring around her head.
Yeah,
That she was wearing when he shipped her off to the Defenders to get humility.
I actually believe that I might have a piggybacker. I haven't been able to find them. I think that's what's going on. All right. So, let's see. We got some bids. So we have from Austin 5 on G and H, which is the Captain America annual.
That's not Austin. That's AU.
Yes. Why did I? Because it's AU. I read it as Austin. AU.
Yeah.
Yes. That's
Kinda
what
like-
I'm writing down too. Austin is AP. 5 on A. Weird mystery. If no one has it so far, nope. You're on there. Alrighty, and that is George. George of the jungle, strong as he can be. Is England team's internet provider? Yeah, I really do. I think I might have a piggyback.
I would have put money on you turning AU into that Pink Floyd song before making a song out of
Hey,
George.
you out there on your own, always sitting by the phone. Can you help me?
You just got to do it, Eric, didn't you?
Please accept my
Hey,
apologies, AU. We get a tax credit for him.
What's
Right.
the number on the Avengers? Was that
220. What was it about again?
Moondragon seduces Thor and turns him against the Avengers and her daddy.
And 6 on H from Jim. Alright. Don't give in without a fight.
yeah?
Let's see. And we
Yeah.
got
So, Eric,
550.
do you believe?
Do I believe what?
Do you
I mean,
believe
why?
in Joe Hendry?
I've only seen about a 2-minute skit of his.
Oh, okay. He has got an incredible personality and just a charisma. It's amazing how he's just gotten himself over.
One slick, I'm trying to find out where I do that at. I have no idea how to access the modem or whatever to change whatever password. I honestly have no idea. Okay, I think about that possibility. I know someone who can answer some tech questions. I'll ask them if there's something you can do to help. I would love to, but I got to tell you, I am computer illiterate, and I know that's stupid to be these days, but yeah, well, that's where we are. $6 on A from George, and then we have 7 on J from, or I'm sorry, 5 on J from Jim.
Yeah. Okay. How many Joe Hendrys do you think there were over the last 30
Joe
years?
Henry
Never
was a
got
seal driving man. Yes, he was. All right, so everything. Yeah. Okay, so no love for Batman Punisher, the Fantastic Four annual, or the Golden Age books I've been trying to pawn off on you guys forever and a day.
Fantastic Four annual might be Perez.
On the cover, yes, but I don't. Or he might have penciled one of the stories. I was taking a look, but
I thought he either did 13 and 14 or 14 and 15.
Because Perez is credited, but there's also Tom Sutton credited. but there's multiple stories. So he may have done the cover and like the main story, and Sutton did the backup story, or
Crap, either way. You know, hell, Sutton, he didn't do a whole lot of Marvel work. Yeah, but I said, Vince wouldn't have stood for that because it wasn't Vince's idea. Which is, I said it's good for him that he came along when he did.
Yeah. Oh no, it's you're seeing that a lot, and I mean, at this point, the way they've been going, it would not shock me if he beat Ethan Page tomorrow night. To give a short run. I mean, the whole thing is set up basically to get Trick Williams back. I think to the title. Kind of before SummerSlam, because he's really the guy they want to get over. But yeah, it's been a great fun story. And this is, and of course, I mean, I'm a sucker for it. I always liked Elias.
5 on B from Brian Stam.
So let's see here. Covered by George Perez, Joe Sinna.
And then we have 5 on C from Austin.
What's Elias have to do with that?
Well, I mean, a similar gimmick in terms of like coming out to the ring with the guitar and sitting down and singing a song.
Okay, so I got you.
Yeah, and actually, if you look it up, a couple months ago, Hendry did an indie show and took on Elias, and it was pretty hilarious. Because he's like, "Who's this guy taking my bet and stuff?" It was good. They had a good match.
How quickly it can all end too.
Yeah. Oh, true.
Elias was just so big for a while.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I missed out on my opportunity to get the Elias World Tour T-shirt. I wish I had one of those because it was a perfectly done kind of concert style T-shirt that had like various raw dates on it and stuff on the back. It looked great.
I think where they messed up with him is they couldn't decide whether he was a face or a heel, and he bounced back and forth more times than Paul White.
1 minute warning. It's been a couple of minutes, and we're getting close to 9:30, and I promise we'll do the first big dog lot. Why don't you bring the bird? He's crying for you. Okay. Hey, can you get one of those Sprites for me, son?
I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Gail just came down. Welcome, my son. Welcome to the machine. What is your favorite Pink Floyd album? Or do you even have one? And are you about to ask who is Pink Floyd? All right. But I'm curious. Like, my favorite song is probably "Wish You Were Here," but of course I'm a Wall Out album fan. But "Wish You Were Here" has a couple of good songs on it, but for my money, the Wall is just back to back good stuff. Alrighty, let's see. Got to put up the stop, and this is what I've got here. Okay, so A goes to George for 6. Brian has Batman Punisher at 5, and Austin has Fantastic Four at 5. No love for Golden Age comics here. Alrighty, next up. No love for Magneto versus Captain America either. That being said, AU has annual number 6, and AU also has Captain America 286 at $7. No love for Captain Marvel 61, but Avengers is with Jim at 5. Alrighty, you get that down, and we're going to start the big dogs as promised. Just in case there are some people who are listening in that were waiting for the 9:30. Alrighty, and I think I'm going to get back to that being a thing. Like at 9:30, we just start the big dogs. All right.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. That way, you guys are right. That way people who are looking for them know when to come in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All righty, kids. You've seen a few of these. You haven't seen a few of these. I've dropped the prices on a few of these. We have Adventure Comics. This is issue number 433, starring the Spectre. And then we have the where Tony Stark gives up his armor. This is Iron Man number 169. Then we have the Iron Man first appearance of James Rhodes. This is like the 5th week. I mean, that is Defenders number 17. And we have the Human Fly issue number 1. Next up, we have Thor issue number 412, the first appearance of the New Warriors. And then we have Amazing Spider-Man annual number 22, the first appearance of Speedball. And we have Strange Adventures, first appearance of Animal Man. Once again, not the first appearance of Buddy Baker. That was in an earlier issue. This is the first appearance of the superhero. And then you have X-Men Titans. And finally, the bigger of the big dogs. Here we go. This is the Crisis on Infinite Earths, number 1, autographed by George Perez, and with a certificate of authenticity. This is from the Hero Initiative, and we're going to start that puppy off at 50. All right, just give you a look at the corners. There you go. This is a beautiful book. All righty, kids. Bidding begins as soon as LK says go.
And we're off and running.
All righty. Yeah, I got to say, where I would go, not just because, yes, I'm hoping somebody takes the big dog, because if you don't, it's going on my wall anyway, right? But, yeah, I'm going Crisis on this one. How about you?
Well, it's the obvious answer.
But the thing is, it's also, I think it would be in second place when you're talking about story. Because X-Men Teen Titans, I think, would be first. I'm looking at these. These are some awesome
Only because it's a first issue of a 12-part story.
Right. If it was, yeah.
Because, I those are the two choices, for me also. But I think that, the Crisis led to so much change. Although I gotta say, for X-Men Teen Titans, that actually, they, without coming out and saying it, they almost made you feel like that was in the continuity of both. They
really did, didn't they?
Yes.
It wasn't like this weird different thing. It was, this is in the books you're reading. This is something. Yeah, you're right.
Let's put it this way: that went into that was in continuity in a lot of head canons.
Brian, in the 1980s, the late 70s, early 80s, Tony Stark was an alcoholic. And he gave up the armor for a while, and possibly, and I'm going to take away that word, not possibly, in the greatest run of Iron Man comics, he gives up his armor and he has to deal with his alcoholism. In the meantime, Jim Rhodes takes over the armor. This is the issue where he gives it up and says, Jim, it's yours. The next issue, of course, the one where you see Jim Rhodes putting the helmet on. So that's the first of him as Iron Man. But this is the last of Tony Stark before he begins his journey to defeat his alcoholism. All righty. Anybody take us up on the biggest of the big dogs? To me, it's a special book. It's it's autographed by George Perez. It's got a certificate. They're not making it.
Oh, there he goes.
Well, I was going to suggest that we have a moment of silence for a departing friend.
And who's that?
Iron Man 118 has been with us for a while.
Oh, yeah.
And tonight, if Kenny Omega were here, he'd say, I bid you adieu.
Adieu. Mwah. Good night and goodbye. Adieu.
Speaking of that, yes, I was going to ask you, is that Freddie Adu on your icon?
Oh no, that's when the U.S. cricket team beat. God, I think they beat India in the T20 World Cup a few months ago. Yeah, I was looking for something different that I'd use, and I didn't feel like trying to come up with a college football picture right now. So
Well,
yeah, well, Jay, Akron hung in there for about a half.
Okay, there we go.
was that who played Ohio State today?
Yeah.
It's weird. Ryan Day teams do not blow out their cupcakes like other schools do.
Yeah. Oh my God. You see in the news, Eric?
What?
Niners first round draft choice, wide receiver Ricky Pearsall, was shot in an attempted robbery in San Francisco last night.
Why was he trying to rob somebody?
He wasn't.
Are we sure?
But he's expected to be okay. But holy cow. Once again, kind of glad I got out of there when I did.
All I have to say about that is fucking Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah, what
All
I
right.
said. They'll take a back seat to the hockey player. God, that story's awful.
Oh, that was I was just crushed yesterday when I heard that.
I'd make that drunk driver get on a bicycle and I'd run him over. That's it. I don't care. It's
and did you see where he was indignant on that he was going to have to sit in jail for the weekend?
Well, I again relieve him of that burden too.
Yeah.
And I'm speaking as someone who could have done that many, many times, and I thank God that I didn't.
So what happened?
This 7-time all-star in the NHL was out biking with his brother Friday morning.
Yeah.
They were both struck and killed by a drunk driver.
Yeah. And the way the story goes is that well, I think it was actually Thursday night.
Okay, Thursday.
Yeah, and the way the story goes is basically there was traffic. The guy who was the drunk driver got sick of being in traffic and turned the car and drove through the bike lane and just drove right through him.
And what was even worse, if it's possible, the next day they were both going to be groomsmen at their sister's wedding.
Yeah. So, yeah, it just...
Like I said, that guy doesn't deserve to live. I mean, it's just straight up. He should be dead.
That does happen on occasion.
I mean,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what do we got? No takers on the crisis yet. You think I went too high on it?
No, I think he's going to the right audience tonight.
Yeah.
Tonight.
It's actually lower than what I've seen on eBay.
George is asking what the quality rating or what you would rate the book as it is.
Okay, give me just a sec. I'm actually writing down the last books, and I'll get right to it. Batman comes from 5, and then there was. I'll get right to that. 4 and 15. Okay. Let's see what the book itself is. That's interesting. Hold on for a sec, guys. Oof.
Yeah. So in Brain, it happened in broad daylight. It happened at 3:30 today. 3:30.
The shooting?
Yeah, 3:30 on the West Coast. Broad daylight in Union Square. I probably know. I probably walked through. I know exactly where it is. Yeah, in Geary near Grand Street. Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Holding it up to the light, I'm not seeing any indentations. That's a good one right here. It's not a color breaker, but it looks like it's pressing on staple or something. It's right under the 5. Let's see. On the back side, no, nothing. Not even. Yeah, not even at that staple that was the problem in the back. Sharp corners, all 4 of them, front and back. Let's see what we have when we open the. You can see the staples right away, tight. The pages are exactly what they need to be, white pages. I can't look at this book too much or I'll start reading it because it's awesome. You can see everything's in there. Because of that, I'm looking at, I'll probably give it an 8.85.
And $51 to
Oh,
increase the bid it already has.
one slick. Taking you up on the 50.
Jay,
Awesome.
No political argument is worth it. I always said that I've been clean for so long. My go-to, I said the only way I would start drinking again is if Jennifer Love Hewitt ever knocked on my door with a bottle of champagne. And if that happened today, my streak would be intact. No problem.
Okay, and we got $8 on B. All right. From Brian Sam.
Yeah. So yeah, apparently he was walking down the street in Union Square. Guy came up, tried to steal his Rolex. They struggled with the gun, shot Pierce all through the arm. The suspect got shot in the chest or the stomach, and that's that. So
when did the riots start?
Well, hard to say. I mean, we'll see. I mean, the fact that it was a football player that was the one that got shot and they tried to steal from him. I think we'll keep the riots to a minimum, but.
It's terrible. It says I hope the cop that shot him was black.
Well, no, the cop didn't shoot him. This wasn't a police shooting. Basically, they were kind of like struggling for the gun, and so basically, it sounds literally like guy.
So both of them got shot with the same gun in the struggle.
Yeah,
it sounds like something out of a movie.
Yeah, but you know what? It happens, and it's very easy to do, especially
And the guy died, right?
Probably the tweaker that did. No, evidently he's in a critical condition.
Okay.
All right.
So
well, then nothing will happen there.
What I've got is Jim with A at 8, Brian with B at 8. No love for Iron Man 118. Austin with 20 on C. So there you go.
Yeah, we were talking when you blipped out there. We kind of feel like we should have a moment of silence or a going away party for Iron Man 118.
Defender 17, no love. Human Fly, no love. But Jim has 10 on the Mighty Thor 412. No love for first appearance of Speedball. One Slick Dude has the Christ Son Infinite Earths #1. And no love for Animal Man. But God damn it, I did it again. AU has the Teen Titans X-Men.
Yeah, well, Austin kept his promise.
That's true. If anybody is buying these for investment purposes as well as the story, the Spider-Man annual, that's a great deal on that.
Oh, for Speedball?
Yeah, I'm surprised at how much that book's for now. But then I shouldn't be because it's Spider-Man and it's Marvel's, and that combination is like a license to print money in a business where there's not many licenses left.
Well, Well, since we're trying to sell the last few books there, did you see who popped up on TNA last night?
I did. He should be able to go wherever he wants, whenever he wants.
And he has been, because I know he was at GCW a week or two ago, I think it was.
Did I hear that AEW and TNA are working on something now too?
I don't know. I mean, they did a year or two ago, or no, God, that was probably at least 2 years.
Yeah, I know they did that a couple years ago.
Longer.
If they ever did, if everybody gets over their egos and starts doing shit like that, like AEW and WWE, that'd be like interleague play.
Yeah.
It'd be great for the business, I think.
Yeah. Oh, it would definitely be interesting. My guess actually would be if AEW does anything, it would probably be with that new Maple Leaf promotion that Scott D'Amore starting up.
I'm going to get the 1 minute warning here.
We've already got that up.
Oh, we did? I guess we got to stop. Oh, right.
Yeah. Well, Jay, the Aggies right now, they're hanging in there. It's kind of a cripple fight right now. It's 6-6.
What network is that on?
ABC. And I don't think he got the first down. I think the Aggies stopped him on 3rd and 1.
All right, we got A going to Jim at 8, B going to Brian at 8, C going to Austin at 20. No love for the defenders or human fly. And then Jim has the new Warriors. No love for Speedball here. One Slick Dude has Christ's Son Infinite Earths 1. No love for Animal Man. And AU has the X-Men Teen Titans. All right.
I have no idea what to do here.
Oh, my God, Eric. Hawaii 10, UCLA nothing in the 3rd quarter. Now, granted, it is I believe it is. They are playing in Honolulu, but still, oh my God! No, Notre Dame wasted timeout here early in the 3rd quarter. I mean, 4th and 1, you either immediately know you're going for it or you don't. Don't waste the timeout.
I don't know what to do here, LK.
What's that? What's your dilemma?
The SEC or Notre Dame? Can I root for a natural disaster?
Oh, oh, come on! You have to root for the Aggies. You can't root for Notre Dame unless you're an alumni. Okay.
No, I can't. But I can't. It's hard to root for the SEC too.
Yeah, it just means more.
Yeah, they're an import, so
yeah,
they don't have a full stink of the SEC on them yet.
Although, God, they've been there now for I think at least 10 years.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Some of these, once again, you've seen. Actually, I think all of these.
They're going for that down 34.
All right, next up, still trying to get rid of that Amazing Spider Girl number 20. That's going to become the new Iron Man, I guess. Dark Hawk number 1.
Well, you might be holding on that one a little bit longer than you did Iron Man, but just saying.
Here we have 234 and 235 of Fantastic Four, telling one story. Yep. We have Walt Disney's Davy Crockett, King of the Wild Frontier. All righty. And Boy Commandos, number 1. All righty. Next up, we have Aquaman, number 19. And we've got the Powers series. This is volume 1 through 4. Trade paperbacks. It'd be $5 each. Let me put that on. There we go. Stay. All righty. And we got 3 ups. Marvel Team Up. This is volume 4. And it reprints 76 through 78, 80 through 98, and annuals number 2 and 3. So, wow, that's 18, 21, 23 issues. There we go. And then we also have the Supervillain Team Up. which is Giant Size Supervillain Team Up 1 and 2, Supervillain Team Up 1 through 14 and 16 through 17, Avengers 154 through 156, Champions number 16, and Astonishing Tales 1 through 8. So lots of stuff. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, did I miss one? Oh, yeah. Okay. It's like, go all the way over, guys. And we have the hardcover of Days of Future Past. This is an out of print copy. And it'll go fine right there. All right. Bidding begins as soon as LK says go.
Cram it in there. Bust those corners.
Yeah. Actually, I think maybe if I put this there, it blocks Davy Crockett a little bit.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I mean,
that doesn't matter.
I read that Amazing Spider-Girl the other day.
Yeah.
And I've made it through the 100-issue series, and now I'm working through Amazing, which was 30. And I said I love that. I love that series. It's I know this is a be careful what you wish for moment, but Tom DeFalco is still alive and lucid and apparently in control of his faculties. I would love to see him head up one more M2 run.
I mean, I would say as long as there's no editorial interference in terms of direction they want to take it, I'd probably be okay with that.
Yeah, it's never going to happen. So I mean, I'm just like there wouldn't be any editorial interference, but
yeah. Well, again, I just go back. I mean, you've heard me talk about. I mean, one of the surprising things was, and honestly, I'm still kind of surprised they actually printed Fox's letter in the final issue of Spider-Woman. You know, where he says that, yeah, I was so, first off, it was hilarious in terms of, oh yeah, no, I only expected to do 4 issues, so getting 6 extra was a big bonus. And then he basically said, yeah, I was still surprised, editorial, sent us an email, asking us for pitches based on this idea of, taking Jerry, who was Spider-Woman's, young child, who was like 1 or 2 years old the last time we saw him, having him getting stolen by AIM, aged up, and turned into an assassin. So it was editorial that came up with that idea and wanted story pitches using that idea. And, so it's like, okay, great. Well, screw Nick Lowe, screw all of the Spider editors, because it's a god-awful idea, but I'm not surprised from a bunch of childless weirdos that they would think this is a great story idea.
That phrase never gets old.
No, childless weirdos?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I mean, back to the board here. I mean, if you want the biggest bang for the buck, go for the 4 volumes of Powers for $20. I mean, that's just, as I say, I love that story. If you've ever been a big fan of watching police procedurals on TV, then this is the perfect marriage of police procedurals and superheroes, and it's great stuff. I absolutely love that series. And so, I mean, with the 4 volumes there, I think you're getting probably 24 to 26 issues. I think they're probably all 6-issue volumes. Oh, Notre Dame did not get the first down. Wow. But then, of course, I mean, you also got the essentials there, which are, probably about the same number of issues. And, of course, you got the hardback for Days of Future Past, which I mean, is awesome. But I mean, the Fantastic Four, again, John Byrne 2-issue story also involves Ego, the Living Planet. Good stuff there. So, yeah, lots of good stuff on board.
The bottom row is a bunch of deals right there. I mean,
the phone
books, the essentials are really cool. These are some of the only ones that I collect. and the essentials and the show, especially the showcase.
Yeah. So,
Hey, E,
but, I mean, that was said.
can you take that X-Men hardcover and block a few more books, because after making fun of it, that got a bid.
Yeah.
So block the Boy Commandos in the dark.
You should be thanking Vincent right now.
All right, I think I just messed up. There you go. All right, let's get rid of that. I should put it in front of the Boy Commandos or the Dark Hawk. Those are the ones we've had the longest.
Well, you didn't have to put it in front of Powers.
Yeah, well, Vincent just put $20 on Jay, which would be the 4 volumes of Powers. So, and Vincent, honestly, there's no politics, necessarily. Of course, I mean, these were written. Oh my God,
these were written 20 years ago almost.
How long ago Powers Volume 1 was? Probably 15 years ago.
What you want to avoid is anything after 2013.
Yeah.
That's when even the best of writers just lost their effing minds. All right, let's see what we got.
There's some politics in terms of police corruption type issues and things like that, but no real left-right stuff. I mean,
nothing you wouldn't see in any comic book since the beginning of time.
Yeah, I would say this about Bendis. He didn't get political as much as he was trying to please his adopted children. So the stuff he wrote about Riri Williams and whatnot. But I mean, I've never seen him just basically crap on people he disagrees with politically.
Actually, I recommend the X-Men Days of Future Past. Marvel Team Up is probably the best bang for the buck. In all honesty, it really is. If you think about what you're getting here, like I said, you're getting 23 issues for $30. And they're just banger stories. It's a great run of Marvel Team Up.
Yeah. Oh man. So Powers issue number 1 came out in April of 2000.
Yeah, that's long before all this horseshit started. With this one, like I said, you get issues 76 through 78, 80 through 98. I mean, that's in annuals number 2 and 3. These are some good freaking books.
Yeah.
And this is, by the way, still in shrink wrap.
Yeah. So that makes me wonder if Marvel will put out a 25th anniversary collection next year.
What, of Powers?
Yeah.
Mm. In fairness, I passed on last week, so I'm back for the Davey. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. I even dropped it a couple of bucks. All right, let's get the 1 minute warning going. We'll get back into the 5s and the 3s and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and just as I said, just so you know, and I'm sure you already knew this, that is not a reshrink. I just bought more than one person could read.
Yeah, I don't think I did not see in your entire house a shrink wrap machine.
No, that's because we had that at the store, but I think we piled so much crap over top of it that even if we could dig it up, it's probably mangled by now. But yeah, I said it's just. I mean, God, you saw how many things did I give you that were still sealed?
Yeah, there are a few of them, as a matter of fact. Yeah, I know a couple of the showcases. Yeah, I decided not to put up the Warlock and the Horror today, but I do need the money. So if anybody wants to put a bid, we'll start those at $20 each. Boom. Yeah, I think I want to keep Peter Parker's though. I know I could. I think I can get those issues number because I've got 3 and 4 here. I might be able to get issues number 1 and 3. I found out, by the way, did you know that the Charles Soule trade paperbacks for Daredevil I was looking for books to sell today off the shelf because it's about to come a catch-22 where I can't get a lot of new books because I can't sell the old books. So all I can put up are the old books because I don't have a lot of new books. But I was looking for the trades to sell, and I was looking up the Charles Soule Daredevils. Did you know that some of those trade paperbacks are going for $30 to $50? Not the ones I have, of course. That's the way that cookie rolls. But
did not know that.
that it is, yeah. Go figure. Yeah, all these out of print books that you think are cheap that go to Ollie's, as soon as they're done at Ollie's, that they're out of print, so they actually go up on price. Yeah. Alrighty, no more bids, so let's stop. It still says bidding starts at $5. Well, we're going back to the $5 books after this one. Let me get the sheet over here. Where's there it is. Alrighty, kids. Oh, excuse me. I do appreciate the chair. It's harder to maneuver in a small space. Okay, Spider Girls going to Jim at 8. No love for Dark Hawk or Fantastic Four. Vincent's got the Davy Crockett. No love for Boy Commandos. All right, no love for Aquaman. All right, or the Marvel Team Up and Supervillain Team Up. Decide to put them back on the shelf. And then we have no love for the Days of Future Past. And finally, Powers is going to Vincent. Alrighty, at 20. Okie dokies. And now we'll get back to the $5 books. Like.
Well, it looks like Michigan's offense is a work in progress right now, Eric.
Alrighty, next up we have the 10th issue number 1. Oh wait, no, that's supposed to go. I don't care. Okay, then we have the double trade paperback, and we have Sergeant Rock. Wait a second, hold on. This is off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this is off. Okay. So first up, we have Sergeant Rock, issue number 307. And then we have Sergeant Rock, issue number 323. And here's Sergeant Rock, issue number 324. And we have issue number 227 from The Flash. And Justice League, issue number 1. And here is Teen Titans, issue number 39. And Spider-Girl, issue number 100. And we have The Marvels, issue number 1. The 10th, issue number 1/2. It's got the certificate. All right. And then we have Devil, a vampire virus rages through Japan. That's trade paperback. Bidding begins at $5 each as soon as LK says go.
10th should be $250.
Say again?
The 10th should be $250.
No. Since it's a half.
Thank you. Okay. That's
Yeah. Always there for you, Eric.
appreciate it, bud. Appreciate it, bruv.
Oh, the 10th. Okay. Never mind. I got it now. I was wondering why you were saying tenths or 250. That's
Thanks,
fine.
So what's the Michigan score?
16-3. So they scored. I watched. So they scored a touchdown on their opening drive, and they looked pretty good. Notre Dame just busted it and touchdown. Rats. And since then, it's been field goals of 43, 53, and 55. So their offense is pretty much just gone away after that first drive.
Well, I'll tell you what. One thing that amazes me about how big and strong these kids are now. I remember when a 40-yard field goal used to be iffy in college.
Mm-hmm.
These kids are just drilling them from 58 with no problem anymore.
Yeah. Oh, wow. The Kentucky game still hasn't started yet. You guys having torrential storms down there or something?
That's 80 miles away, and
Yeah. Okay.
we don't have anything. We don't have any rain for the next 5 days at least.
Yeah, Notre Dame got the big play, up a touchdown. That might be enough to win this game. The way that their defense has been playing.
I wonder if they'll even start the Kentucky game now. They're supposed
Yeah.
to they might just make
Well,
it back tomorrow.
The Penn State West Virginia game got delayed. Basically, a huge storm rolled in right at halftime, and that game was delayed for like 2 hours at least. So that was kind of crazy.
See if I have everything. Yeah, there wasn't much on that last one.
Oh, that doesn't look good. Hopefully, it's just.
Okay, and Jim comes in with a bid on D and G. Okay. The Flash and Spider-Girl 100.
You know what they should do, LK? Whenever there's lightning,
Yeah.
just make a cut. Just make a handful of fraternity pledges, stand in various locations holding up metal rods, and just play on.
So, where would you go on this one?
E.
Get that Justice League, kids.
Yeah. I don't know. There's something special about Marvels. It's just a great story.
Yeah. And by the way, every issue is a story in itself with a connecting through line.
Yeah.
You can actually read individual issues and get a whole story out of it.
Well, it's deja vu all over again because last week we did this, or a couple weeks ago, same thing. Justice League. I said out of Marvels. I said, Marvels is fantastic, but Justice League I said that was the beginning of one of the, I would say, top 5 runs, certainly top 10 runs as far as enjoyment goes of the 48 years I've been doing this. 49.
Yeah.
But I said nobody was saltier than me when editorial came in and killed the Wahaha era.
Yeah. It was fun. It was just back when comics were fun.
I mean, it's just not that the Justice League that followed it was bad, but there was no uniqueness to it. It was just another Justice League run. If I said, I like Justice League Detroit better.
Yeah. Well, again, though, it's one of the things also, though, just I think unique to Keith Giffen. That I don't think anybody else has really ever had the pulse of that tone of the JLI.
No, and having DeMatteis with him, that was a fantastic partnership.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then Tom King went and shat all over it.
Also, by the way, Sergeant freaking Rock at the War Books. Brian Stam actually did 5 on B and C.
Don't be a birthday party clown.
Yeah.
Tom King books appeal to Tom King fans. That's who the audience is for.
Yeah. I couldn't believe that he's going after Critical Drinker now. It's like, Jesus, dude. And I mean, what's funny is like, I'm actually interested in the book that he's put up because I believe that he would do a great job in terms of crime.
It's not going to get there.
Yeah. And you can't tell me that his recent crusade over the last, God, was it now, month of doing this.
He's shitting on the people that made it. Without those people, Jawbreakers doesn't get off the ground.
Yeah, has killed the sales on that book. I might check in. I haven't looked honestly at what the the Kickstarter, GoFundMe, or whatever, Indiegogo.
What book is he doing?
Well, he's wanting to do, and he's been talking about this. He's been chronicling. He wants to do kind of like a modern history of comic books in terms of highlighting key events and kind of where things have gone wrong.
It's going to be bullshit because it's going to be from his perspective.
Well, it's from his perspective, but it's from an educated perspective. He's been doing a lot of research on it. If you've seen any of the videos over the last several months in terms of compiling a list of this was an important issue. This turns out.
Oh, wait! Are you talking about Tom King?
No.
Richard
Oh, okay.
Meyer.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I was talking about Tom King when I said that.
No.
Yeah, I mean, we still get people saying, and then the hate group called Comicsgate started and blah blah. We weren't called Comicsgate when we started, and we were never a hate group. And that's what I was talking about, because I've been hearing that horse shit from the very beginning. Though what really burns my ass about it, and I don't know why it does, I don't know. Maybe I do have a sense of pride in it, but it really fucking burns my ass when I hear people say EVS created it. EVS didn't create shit. Even his great creation is a freaking Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles ripoff. So,
hey, Eric.
I don't know why I let that bother me, but it does.
Yeah, Eric, it got over the line. It's at 109%.
All right, let's get the
hours
stop
to go.
here after I do that rant.
Oh, you made it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Alrighty, and let's see what we got here. Brian Stam has B and C. Alrighty. And that's Sergeant Rock issue number 323 and 324. Jim has the Flash issue number 227. On the bottom row, Jim has Spider-Girl 100. And that is it. Everything else, it's the reject pile. Oh, that one just fell in. Okay, here we go. All right, get this where it needs to go. And our last $5 lot of the night. We have a couple of trades you guys have already seen. We've got this Jessica Abel, Gabe Ciora, Life Sucks. And then we've got the Peter J. Tomas. I don't know why I still own this. You guys are missing out on some great storytelling right there. And some pretty good storytelling with Justice Volume 2 from the New 52. I have not read the Lex Luthor. I have read the Joker, so I can guess that would be pretty good. But this is good. This is Grant Morrison and Mark Millar writing The Flash. Next up, we have The Punisher, The Prize. And then we've got an excellent continuation of Gotham by Gaslight. This is Batman, Masters of the Future. And then we have Batman Poison Ivy by John Francis Moore, Brian Thorpe. We have Batman Bane by Chuck Dixon. And then we have The Island of Dr. Moreau by H.G. Wells. All right, Marvel Movie Special. Bidding begins at $5 each as soon as LK says go. I'm going to ask you again, where do you go on this one?
Superman.
Superman. Peter J. Tomasi wrote a freaking tight story. What do you like about this?
I loved the family dynamic. We actually had a few years where the two main characters had sons that were friends. Never forget what they took from us, as the saying goes.
All for what? All for a gay Superboy? That's what.
No, that isn't why. Bendis wanted him in the Legion.
Yeah.
But Tom Taylor, on the other hand, wanted him to be gay. Because it was a chance to own the chuds by they wanted to hear people on Fox News say Superman was gay and then mock them because it wasn't Clark Kent. It's the only reason why they did it. And for 1 month of sales. which weren't all that great.
Destroy a freaking legacy for it too. Let's see. Yeah, you know what? On this one, go for the Bane and the Poison Ivy. Bottom row, basically. Get yourself some good old fashioned Punisher. Masters of the Future is an excellent story. But the Poison Ivy and the Bane, I know they're tied to the worst of the Batman movies, but they are good books. Super Sons, I think you're right. I think though dollar page for page, Super Sons is probably the better deal.
And
George says, "Give me Jay on the island of Dr. Moreau." Okay.
And I would say the second best bang for the buck would be E. You have the Flash trade.
Yeah, that's a thick book, and it's great writing. It really is. And let's see, Spider-Girl 100. Let's see, $5 on F. I usually love me some horror sci-fi, says George. Alrighty. Oh, comic book front says 5 on F. Getting the Punisher. Good stuff. Let me see where we're standing here. 89. That would be wait for Brian. I need Brian's page, and that was it. Okay. I'm writing stuff down. Sorry, I talked to myself here. Sometimes.
Yeah, and Eric, Bulldogs scored a touchdown at 16-10 Michigan, 10 minutes ago in the fourth quarter.
I'm finishing up the inevitable here, and then I'm going to start bouncing back and forth between football games.
Yeah. Well, I know. I was looking at the late night listing, going, okay, let's see, who looks better? Do I think New Mexico, Arizona, or Wyoming, Arizona State will be the better game?
What about Washington versus whatever teachers college they're playing?
Weber State. Yeah, I think Washington's got enough that's not going to be.
Weber State will always be a sore subject with me.
Oh, really? What's wrong with Weber State?
Okay, so Austin says 5 on B, getting the Superman. Good call there, Austin. What's my total? Give me just a moment, Brian. I'll get right to that. I've heard it's about 6% for years. I'm not interested, but I hear so much about it. Yeah, it's awesome. It is a good read. George said on the island of Dr. Moreau, it was $5. Okay, and then the frog says F. All right. And George says also the Flash. All righty.
They knocked Carolina out in the first round of the tournament one year with some guy named Harold the Show Arsenault.
Oh, yes.
Let me get your page here. Let's see. You've got Blood Strike number 15, 16, and 17 for $1 each. Conan 125 and 127 for $2 each. Batman Punisher for $5. Iron Man 169 for $8. And Sergeant Rock 323 and 324 for $5 each for a subtotal of $30. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's going to go the flat rate priority envelope, and that would be 39 total. If you want me to hold on to the books so you could wait for a bigger box, just pay for the books tonight, and yeah, we'll talk about when you feel like you want them shipped. Otherwise, it's 39. All right. That Luther is written by Azarella. It's really good. I even bought it for a friend who is a Superman fan, but he loved it. Yeah. Eric and Boyd, I will not be baited, sir. There is no baiting of me. I am the master of not baiting. Oh, hello, my daughter, who just walked in while I made that joke. How are you? Okay.
That's my boy.
Yeah. Awkward. A little bit. Yeah, there you go. Have a good day.
Yeah, when in doubt, swing at a pitch in your eyes.
Oh, goodness. Thanks, E-Payment Sent rounded up. Thank you, sir, very much. I appreciate it. Let's see. Oh, goodness. She is an adult. It is still freaking awkward. Oh, hey, yeah, it's like, yeah, no, sir. I will not be baited. Forget about it. Are we not, man? We got Devo. Okay. That being said, let me put up a 1 minute warning here. George says also the Lex Luthor for 5. All righty. GK5. Let me get this page out. We need Austin. We need George for the next one. All righty. Actually, you know what? There's not a bad book up there. I do think sometimes books get, they get bad reps. Okay, and I need to make a sheet for RDV. Come on in, RDV. And that is Punisher the Prize.
Keep them out.
Say again?
I said, keep them out.
No, let him in. I want to eat. So, okay, I heard that I didn't realize that the NFL is playing in Brazil next Friday.
That is the current plan, yes. Which will be interesting because I'm not sure how the players and the reporters are going to be able to log stories on social media. But, we'll see. I doubt the NFL is going to say anything.
Oh, God, no, because I said, well, for one thing, the current administration supports Brazil.
Yeah. Well, this administration in Brazil, I mean.
Right.
My goodness gracious. When I heard that, it just floored me, man.
Yeah, I read a story how the State Department helped, in quotation marks, with the election in 2022.
Well, remember, Joe Bennett basically got, kicked out of the polite comic book industry because he supported Belsaro, whatever his guy's name,
Yeah.
Whatever. Who is looking pretty good right now.
Yeah. No, it's amazing what that judge is trying to pull off. So,
well, like Elon said, he's basically the dictator, and he wears the judge's robe is for show.
Yeah. Well, so I love the fact that Elon, this afternoon posted the court order, and saying, this was an illegal court order. Here's the statutes in Brazil, and here's the court order that this judge, threw on us, which was basically the judge gave X this list of people whose channels he wanted shut down and wanted their information, and it was no, you can't tell them. Just give me the information and shut their accounts down with no warning, no explanation. So, we'll see what happens. But hey, we're talking about comics here, so. But
since when?
Yeah. Well, trying to keep it non-political, but Neil, we're gonna put you in a timeout here. Oh, you got it.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, everybody with a wrench, if you see that kind of shit, feel free. I love it when everybody just jumps on. One time we had a guy in like 10 minutes worth of timeouts because they all hit at once. It was really cool.
I went to do that, but it didn't show up on mine for some reason.
Yeah. So yeah, Eric and Boyd. Yeah, I think Elizabeth Hurley is still a beautiful looking woman. She is definitely defied her age.
Austin, some guy popped up and said, "Let me be your human toilet." So yeah, you're gone. I don't. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt on other nights. Don't fuck with my family. The auction is how I help my family. Don't fuck with my family. I've got a little bit. Maybe I'm a little bit sensitive on Saturday nights for the Saturday show, but don't fuck with the family. That's how I see it. Yeah. So you're gone. Have a good day. Bye bye.
Yeah. So, and looks like order got restored at the Big House. Michigan just went right down
I'm
the
gonna
field.
get the stop here.
4 minutes, scored a touchdown.
Shoot, maybe I won't. Okay, let's see.
Eric and Boyd, was that from that weird looking girl that everybody assumed would be a leftist that went nuts on the left? Is that where that phrase came from?
What, flop waffle? That's been around for a long time.
No,
We were saying flop waffle back in the
yeah, that's an old phrase.
Because she said something to that effect that made me laugh my ass off.
All righty, let's see what we got going on here. The Punisher for RDV. Everything is at original price. The Island of Dr. Moreau is with George, and so is Lex Luthor in The Flash. And Austin has the Super Sons, or well, it's Superman, but I do believe this is the first time they're together. There we go, and everything else, the reject box.
Okay, do you remember that tweet from that? She had like blue hair, looked like an SJW. She goes, "Now don't scroll right past this because this ain't gonna go the way you think it does."
Oh yeah, I saw that.
And she just unloaded on the left.
My gosh, she was
no,
brutal.
I did not see that.
God, it was awesome. And she called somebody a twat something, and it was.
Hey, can you change the banner to the $3? We're back on the $3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alrighty, kids. I told you we'd have more later, but here is the Defenders issue number 88, and here we have issue number 89, and we have issue number 90, and here is issue number 91, number 92. And we have issue number 93, number 94. Here is number 95, 97, and issue number 98. Bidding begins at $3 each as soon as LK says go.
Okay, I found it, and I had bookmarked it, and I sent it to Sports Ball.
Okay, I'll check it out here in a bit. But yeah, this was a good time period of Defenders when Patsy Walker, aka Hellcat, was a part of the team and had the cat costume that she later on in West Coast Avengers gives back to Greer Nelson, aka Tigra, when she gets when Greer loses her cat ability, gets taken away by the cat people, and it's because she's wearing the suit when they try to force her to be Tigra again that merges the two together, and that's when Tigra gets her tail. So fun stuff. And it's a great story. When we were going through the West Coast Avengers covers, I wound up reading through that storyline, and great stuff.
The Defenders gets kind of freaky in these issues. Like it not your typical superhero book.
Yeah. Well, and you've got Doctor Strange in it, so there's all with the Defenders in this era. So there's always something mystical or weird going on.
Yeah,
with it.
almost like, I mean, it doesn't go as crazy, but it's almost like the Doom Patrol for a little bit. Not exactly, but the way it just kind of goes nuts. Not exactly like there's no shock value for shock value's sake, but it's still a good time. All right. 15, 16, 22. All righty.
God, Notre Dame is shooting themselves in the foot with all these defensive penalties.
Oh, shucks.
And once again, everybody's books are on their way. I was able to find boxes for everything. And some books are on your way as well, RDB. Yes, you see that's fun. Okay, let's see what we got going on here. On the 13th lot of the auction, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're making good time. Average, I guess. Let's see, we have $3 on G from Austin.
And $3 on C from AU.
Alrighty, is that it? Oh, no.
No, Jim.
Jim actually claims everything.
Yeah, $3 on the lot with $3.50 on the previous two. So Jim Sorensen, a big Defenders fan.
Hey, Jim Sorensen's going to get a lot of Defenders if he bids on every lot because there's, I think, 2 more. So.
Wow, he stayed in the game.
What happened?
Friedel just took a fastball off the knee. Yeah, off the knee. Well, fortunately, France will make the last out, and he can go get ice on it then.
Yeah, I haven't looked lately. How has Skeens been doing?
He's still 8-2.
Well, record aside, I mean, has he been getting hit more? Or?
They're starting to get him a little bit. I mean,
okay.
I think his ERA might be close to 3 now or something.
Oh, okay. So turning a little bit more to like Lincecum's first year.
At least I think so. I mean, I might be wrong. Might be lower. Now, I'll actually after France puts me out of my misery, I'll actually then realize, wait a minute, why do I care? There's
And Texas A&M gets the tying touchdown. Wow. Yeah, helped with at least 20 yards in Notre Dame penalties.
Eric and Boyd saying he saw the Defenders. Can't remember reading any Defenders.
No, I take that back. 2.23.
Oh.
Whip still under 1.
Oh, wow.
And 135 strikeouts, 136 in 109 innings. Now he's real.
Yeah. Well, at least for the first season, just pray to God his arm stays in one piece.
People forget that, like I said, the Reds brought up the second pitcher taken in that draft. There we go. Now I can go back. Now I can watch football.
Yeah. Well, have the Reds shut Green down for the year?
No, he's fine.
Oh, okay.
But they brought up Rhett Lauder.
Yeah.
They took him out after 4 innings, but because that's what Reds do.
The Michigan player got the twofer. He had the face mask and the horse collar. He could call either one. Don't see that combination too often. But only one penalty. Sorry, it was just funny to see. Even though I'm glad I'm not the running back that got that. That's one of the things you see today is you watch the way some of these guys, their legs get tangled up, and you're just shocked there aren't more knee injuries and broken legs and stuff. The way
that guy that they brought up, he'll get a loss for his first game. You get 1 run in 4 innings,
Congratulations.
and they lost 14-0.
Oh,
But have you ever seen a game that was 4-0 going into the 9th and ended up with a position player pitching? That's how far the Reds have fallen.
Okay, let's get the stop here. And Jim has the lot. $3 for most, but issues number C and G, $3.50. All right, and I just bumped everything.
I'm sure it's happened, but just off the top of my head, I don't remember seeing it.
Yeah,
This, by the way,
nothing's
is
gonna
an
change.
awesome freaking cover. I've got to remember that. All right.
Yeah, I mean that's one that's screaming out for. Oh God, he used to write for ESPN. I think he is now strictly with MLB.
Oh,
Jason Stark.
hey, a little bit of an announcement. Of course, tomorrow, Sunday, we're doing the cover rankings. I hope you guys are still enjoying it. And at the beginning of what I've been calling every season, we've been doing years or decades. And we've decided to do, I decided to do the 90s and add in independent comics, started that in the 80s. And this time is the first time we're going to include some manga. Figured why not? That's when it really started hitting over here. So not all manga, but yeah. Next up, we have Sergeant Furious Howling Commandos, issue 118. And we have issue 145. And issue 148. And we have Sergeant Fury Special Marvel Edition, issue number 8. And then we have Ms. Marvel, issue number 17. Next up, we have Marvel Classic Comics, issue number 2. Hey, we just did Gil Kane the other day. This is The Time Machine. And then we have number 27, which is Kidnapped, by the book from Robert Louis Stevenson. And then we have The Prisoner of Zenda. This is issue number 29. Next up, we have Ms. Marvel, issue number 2. And Ms. Marvel, issue number 4. Bidding begins at $3 each as soon as LK says go. All righty, cool.
At 3, did you say 3 or 2?
3. We're on the $3. Alrighty. Hello, Pearson.
Pearson.
How you doing? Let's see. I want to do so for the last money. I definitely have. Yeah. By all means, give it a shot sometime when you have. There you go. All right. 3 on E from LK.
Can't believe nobody's bid on H yet.
What? Kidnapped?
No, it's
H. Prisoner of Zenda.
the Tom Holland story. Oh, I thought that said Prisoner of Zendaya. My bad.
Yeah, Zendaya.
Okay, I see.
So, okay.
Yo.
Who's the luckiest man on planet Earth right now?
Well, Tom Holland isn't doing bad.
No, he's one of the luckiest because I do think she's very attractive. Because being a childless weirdo myself, I didn't see Zendaya grow up, so she was already an adult first time I saw her.
Yeah.
But no,
Pearson, no, I haven't seen any of the Mark Jewelers. I don't remember if I saw him on the Time Machine, Kidnapped, or Prisoners, and I don't think they were involved in that. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to say no, just to make sure it's honest. Remember you doing cover ranking streams a few years ago? I remember the 70s. But yeah, we did where we would show like an entire, and we just go through which one was your favorite. It's a little different.
Yeah.
Go on ahead. I'm sorry.
I thought you were gone there for a second, but you hung on.
if you think about this, okay, there's only one possible answer right now.
Right now,
Yes.
I'm trying to think of like some schlubby guy that's with somebody rich and
You're close,
What are you talking about? There was a story, and I forget who the entertainer was or model or something that's supposedly going with like a crab fisherman or something.
No, so, okay. Since it's too. Jason Kelsey.
Oh,
You know why?
he's
Because
not.
thanks to Taylor Swift, he has increased his net worth at least tenfold, and he doesn't have to put up with the circus that is dating her.
Yeah.
Because somebody just gave the Kelseys $100 million freaking dollars for their to do their podcast.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. It wasn't Spotify. It was somebody else.
Well, whoever was it.
Yeah.
And he got the Monday night gig. So
Yeah.
I'm sure Robert Griffin III loves him.
Pearson, welcome to the conversation. Feel free, jump in. We're all nonsensical here most of the time anyway. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know what? I mean, all credit to him. If you see him, he's got that. It seems like just that genuine, enthusiastic personality that is just infectious. I mean, I've seen the Monday night commercial a few times today.
That's what made me think of that just now. But speaking of, did you see any of Game Day today?
Yeah, I watched a little bit here and there. Are you talking about the tail end when Pat McAfee ripped off his shirt
and put his arm around Nick Saban, and Nick Saban said, "I am having so much fun."
Yeah.
Did you ever think you'd live to see that?
Who's Nick Saban?
Nick Saban.
Not necessarily, but I mean, again, it's part of that too. They're both West Virginia boys.
But ELO context, Nick Saban won 7 national championships, greatest college coach of all time, arguably. But he was so driven that he would literally already be working on next year the night he won the championship.
Yeah.
He wouldn't allow himself even a moment to celebrate because he was all about the next one. And here he is now letting finally in the last couple of years doing commercials with Deion Sanders and and just basically letting himself have fun for the first time in his life. And it'd be like seeing Bill Belichick doing that because that's the pro equivalent of Saban.
I mean, the thing is, you've seen those glimpses from Belichick during, at times during the off season when he's been, doing some interviews. I think he was on the Pat McAfee show during the draft.
Yeah, and Saban and Belichick in some kind of Statler and Waldorf type thing.
Yeah,
you could even film him in a balcony. That would be sports gold.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, the thing too is also, I think McAfee's got that personality that he's going to bring it out of Saban too.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you saw him on the McAfee show on Friday. Their kind of interview segment they did, and that was, Saban was kind of cutting up on there too. I mean, it was funny.
All right, no love, but for one book, and that's LK with Ms. Marvel number 17. Let me get that down, and we'll get the next round up. What do I got? Got one last $3, and then we move to the $2. All righty. All these are hitting the rejects, which just means they're going to go to the store. I've already got them all priced out, so here we are.
Okay, so the $2 books, huh?
Yeah, going on to the $2.
No sets tonight, huh?
Say again?
No sets?
No sets tonight, no.
I'm going to go throw some in the microwave. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
All righty. Yeah, I kind of almost had to cheat to get sets in last week. All right. And then next up, we have the Defenders again. Issue number 99. Issue number 100.
Jim, you still out there?
Say again?
I said, Jim, you still out there?
Issue 101. Issue 103. Okay, we skipped one. And here is issue number 104. We have 105. Here is 106.
We have 107, 108, and 109. There you go. And I do believe I had to hold, because I didn't want like every book in here to be Defenders. I do think we have some for next week as well, attaching like the ones that attach this to the new Defenders. But bidding begins at $3. Oh, $3 each.
Wait, 3 or 2?
Wait, these are 3. 2s are next.
Okay.
Yep. Defenders. Yeah, you know, I bought a collection. Sometimes I have to do them mystery style, and this one just said Marvel. And yeah, a lot of Defenders. Marvel bronze. I swear to gosh, I want to though kind of slap somebody who believes like 1980s books are Bronze Age. I mean, hey, okay, we got some Alpha Flights. Some of them sold. That's good, but yeah, not Bronze Age. That's copper.
Yep. Well, there's Jim. $3 on ABCD and GHI. So he's left E and F
Do I have
and
a
J
page?
for you folks.
Ms. Marvel was the first thing you got, was it?
Yep.
Okay, cool. That'll stop me from looking for the page I swear I made for you an hour ago. Alrighty. Ms. Marvel, 17, $3. Okay, all right. Join the group here. Okay. It's a star, man. I got that song stuck dead in my head right
No, it's very cool, Pearson. Good luck. Good luck with your drafts tomorrow and Monday night. And yeah, it's good focusing on the collection. Yeah, when you get a certain amount, you kind of have to pull back a little bit and go, okay, what do I want to fill in? What do I want to concentrate on?
now. Ooh, AMC 1 through 100.
Mhm.
That's a good one. Some Dark Horse, Star Wars, Thor, and a few more. Well, obviously the ASM 100, easy to find, harder to get because they're more expensive. I'll keep a lookout for. I'm always on the lookout for Dark Horse, Star Wars. Forget Marvel, that won't sell here. But if I can find Dark Horse, definitely pick that up. And Thor is a gimme. For some reason, Thor has always been one. It never sticks around. I think I just jinxed it, but yeah. Next thing he'll say is 90s books aren't golden age books for millennials. They're not. They're not. Golden age is golden age. It might be the books of your childhood. Taint the golden age. Same thing with the copper. I grew up with a copper. He's a hound dog. But yeah, not a copper isn't golden. Points to the old folks who get the hound dog line.
Mm-hmm.
All righty, and this is Defenders. Let's see, what was it again? 99, 100, 101, 102, 104. All right. 99, 100, 101, 102, 104. I forgot to, well, I didn't forget. I just ran out of time when I was writing them down. And on the bottom row is issues number 105, 6, 7, 8, and 9. 5, 106, 107, 8, and 109. And Jim put bids on ABCD. Okay. A, B,
Yeah. Well,
C.
speaking of 80s Marvel, Star Wars, I was really tempted when I was at Ollie's last week. They had, have you seen the Star Wars Black Series rabbit figure?
No.
Yeah.
Wait, you mean from like issue number 10, what is it, 108 from Marvel?
Star Wars didn't make that many issues. I thought it was like number 7.
Oh, I'm sorry, just number 8. Number 8.
Yeah, number
And
8.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think Star Wars went up to like 113, didn't it?
I don't know. I have to look, but yeah, it was tempting, but at the same time, when you read the back of the box, it wasn't the. It didn't say anything about issue 8. It was talking about some modern part of Star Wars. I'm like, I don't really need it. I'm gonna pass. You know, it was like $15 or something, but it was like, I don't need it. But I did see. I'm probably going to glance at the first issue. I don't know. Did you see where Disney announced that they're doing a trilogy comic book series that's going to span the 30-year gap between the end of Jedi to The Force Awakens?
Could we please do that? Yes, I want more Marvel Star Wars. 107 was the. You're right. It went up to 107.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I will say this. It's being written by Alex Segura. He's not a bad writer. I certainly haven't seen any of the baggage that we've come to expect from, the typical Marvel DC writer.
I am a huge Gail Simone fan up until she stopped being a good writer.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll go to the mats for her with Villains United and Birds of Prey and litany of other things. But as soon as she discovered Twitter, and the issue we're talking about is issue number 8, which is the second original Star Wars story in comics. Issue number 7. I've said this so many times. Issue number 7 is one of the most underrated comic books out there. It's the first original Star Wars story.
Mm-hmm.
And does not get the credit for being that. Yeah. Eric's saying Star Wars went to 107. Yeah. Silver Age is the equivalent of Golden Age for Zoomers. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's get there's no pushback on these. So 1 minute warning. I started getting a little too casual here. I think the back end of this auction is taking longer. It's just like I'm freaking chill, man. I'm not pushing things through, but we're gonna go to the $2 books after this here. So let me.
Yeah. So I mean, my only concern with that series, of course, is if it were just Alex Segura, coming up with the ideas and writing it, I think it could be good, even though, of course, it leads to an awful place. But I just have a feeling that there's going to be a lot of meddling and influence by the Star Wars story group, and those knuckleheads at Lucasfilm are going to screw it all up with whatever their idea is. And more importantly, this will be the.
Oh, sorry.
Well, more importantly, too, this is going to set the canon of what the story was between the end of Jedi.
Yeah, and it's going to be written in modern Marvel.
Yeah, and how the Empire finally kind of gets defeated up until we get to meeting Rey in the desert in The Force Awakens.
99, 100, 101. All these are to Jim, and 103? Is that my handwriting? No, 102. Oh, I read that wrong. That's 103. Sorry.
Oh, that should be.
Okay, and then does that make a difference, Jim? I just noticed. I read this wrong. I thought it was 102, but it's 103. I saw it wrong when I wrote it. Tell me if it makes a difference. And then Jim also had 106, 107, and 108. All righty. 106, 107, and 108. All right, with the others hitting the deck. There we go. All right, let's see. That is the last of the 3s, and let's get back to the $2. All right, $2. And we have The New Defenders, issue number 134. See, I told you it's going to continue right where we left off. We've got 135. Here is 136. 137. 138. We have 139. Here is issue number 140, Moon Dragon. And here is issue number 141, 142, and 143. There you go. Bidding begins at $2 each as soon as LK says go. Alrighty, cool. Once again, great series. Actually, the first one here was one of my personal favorites. I also liked when they did the gargoyle story. Good stuff. Alrighty, let me get these down. Where's Jim's page? Here it is. Defenders. And we're back to 99.
Yeah, there you go, Jim. $2 for the lot.
Okay. 100, 101, 3, 4. Whoops, not 104. Then it would be 106, 107, and 108. All right. 127. You are 23 away from the free shipping. All right.
Is that Jim?
Yeah, Jim. Yeah.
Well, if he wins this lot, he'll be $3 away from the shipping.
Oh, there you go. All right. And there you go. Good stuff. Good stuff. Cheap. Alrighty, and that is New Defenders. We are on lot number 16 of 20. Bad Comics soon. You can do it! I'm assuming you're using that voice. 136, 137, 138. Well, obviously, exactly, yes. 139, 140. Okay, I got to admit, you bring up, you can do it. That's Rob Schneider, right? Yeah. I have to. Okay, here's confession time. I actually like his movies. I like the hot chick. I like the animal a little bit less, but Deuce Bigelow makes me laugh. Okay, I don't care for Deuce Bigelow 2, but still, fun films.
Okay, you stand alone, and it answers a lot of questions for me.
Really? You think I'm the only person that likes the hot chick or Deuce Bigelow?
And the animal, and yeah. Well, not the only person, but it just answers a lot of questions.
And what questions do they answer, sir?
Just quality questions.
Okay.
Your movie choices and make a lot of sense now.
What do you mean, my movie choices? No, I'm just messing. I get it. Hey, you know what? I like my highbrow films too. I can talk anybody's ear off about movies. I've probably seen more films than anybody here. But sometimes you just gotta love a good, stupid film.
Hey, LK.
Yo.
Did you know that he used to be a projectionist?
Oh, shut the.
I think I do.
And I think
hearing that somewhere.
I think Supergirl's sister is. Yeah, yes, of course. England tea.
What?
First taste. Yeah. I know, right? Blows your mind. Okay, let's get that 1 minute. And Jim has the lot.
And it's a good thing too, okay, because it takes a lot of projection to make Rob Schneider's movies good.
I didn't say they were good. I said I liked them. Come on, that's two different things. As someone who owns Suburban, Sasquatch, Rollerblade, Star Crash, and Troll 2, I'm in no position to judge others' movie taste. See, sometimes you just got to embrace the bad. It's just the way it is.
I have Assault of the Killer Bimbo, so I'm in no position to judge either.
That is not a bad film. You know what? There's also one. It's called the Killer Bimbos at the Slime Ball.
No, it's you got to say it right. It's Sorority Babes at the Slime Ball Bolorama.
Sorority Babes at the Slime Ball Bolorama.
How about Killer Barbies versus Dracula?
Never saw that, but yeah.
Killer Clowns from Outer Space. Oh yeah, no, I've got mine.
Killer Clowns from Outer Space is a legitimately good movie with an obviously B movie title.
Yeah.
You know what else is a legitimately good movie? Tucker and Dale versus Evil.
Tucker and Dale versus Evil is absolutely legitimately good.
Yeah.
That was I laughed my head off at that movie.
Well, the first two thirds of it are when they try to make it make sense, it kind of lost it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get stopped, and Jim has the lot. All righty. Oh, thank you. So let me get these down. We'll get the next round up. Okay. The entire lot to Jim. Dun 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 dun. We'll let it down.
Notre Dame touchdown.
No, that's the Goonies.
Yeah. No.
I was listening to the soundtrack earlier.
Yeah. One slick dude. No, Remo Williams is legitimately good.
Oh, I love Remo Williams, man. Yeah. It's a little slow moving, but every scene that Joel Grey is in is golden. Next up, we have The Incredible Hulk, issue number 293.
And a role he couldn't get today.
And we have issue number 304, and he was nominated for an Oscar for it. And we have issue number 308. And we have issue number 312. And here is issue number 315. We have issue number, I got these out of order a little bit, 289. We have 292. Hold on, guys. Let me fix this real quick. Sorry. 290, 292, 289, 293. Let's see. 304, 308, 309. 312, 315. Okay, here we go. Let me try this again. Okay. Incredible Hulk, issue number 289 and 290. And we have issue number 292. Here's issue number 293. And issue number 304. Next up, we have issue number 308. We have issue number 309. And then we have issue number 312. Here is issue number 315. And issue number 316. Bidding begins at $2 each as soon as LK says go.
Yeah.
All righty.
So Eric, you know, where did Peter David's run start? Oh, he must have stepped away. Checking on his food. I guess I'll have to lick myself.
Scientist Attacks versus Mecha Fembot. Enough said.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's just good freaking books, right?
Yeah.
Or movies.
Yeah. Well, so let me ask you, where do you stand on the Lou Ferrigno Hercules movies?
Didn't care for him.
Okay, see, To me, they're legitimately good. I can watch
Yep.
those all day. The combination of the wonderful '70s special effects with the beautiful Italian women, it's great stuff. I cannot get enough of those.
Okay. Now these aren't bad movies, but it did remind me of I was watching on Tubi the Jason and the Argonauts
Mm-hmm.
and the Golden Fleece. Those are just a lot of fun. If you haven't seen them, I do recommend them. Let's see, it was 289, 290, 292, 290, 292. 293, 304. And then on the bottom row, 308, 309, 312. 8, 309, 312, 315, and 316. Okay, there you go. And I has a bid on by Austin. That's 315. Okay, for $2. Alrighty. We are on lot number 17 of 20.
Yeah, well, Eric and Boyd, if you like hot girls and roller skates, do I have a movie for you? It's a little movie called Xanadu.
It's no Skate Town, USA.
Well, true. Well, it is, but Xanadu's got its own merits too. Yeah, I mean, there was a little while back I was looking. I think at one point, Heritage Auction had some production cells from the animated portion of Xanadu that it's really tempting. Because that's Don Bluth animation.
You know what else Xanadu doesn't have?
What's that?
Horseshack getting Marsha Brady coked up.
That's true. It does not contain that. You are right about that.
But you know who's the biggest surprise about Skate Town, USA?
What is that?
Dave Mason, founding member of Traffic, doing the song live at the beginning of the movie, probably wondering how the hell did my life get to this?
Okay. 1 minute warning. No luck for the Hulk this time around.
Well, you got a $2 bid on I from Austin.
Yeah, I was about to correct myself. Yeah. Aside from the one book. All right. Cool. Let's see.
Jay's got an awesome battle.
And I think of that Linda Hamilton movie. It always brings me back to Ruckus. Guys, you got to search Ruckus down. I'm telling you, it is one of the best, worst films of all time. One movie that was so bad, I just had to laugh. It was Danny Trejo movie called Machete Kills. I believe that one was done on purpose that way. It really, truly is over the top. And I got tip of the cap to Mel Gibson. He just looks like he's having a blast. Jason and the Argonauts is a great movie. Skeleton Warriors scenes. Heck yeah, that is a good one.
Okay, somebody owes good movies an apology. That movie featured a man rappelling from one floor of the hospital to the next with human entrails. That, sir, is Oscar caliber.
Oh, Machete Kills.
Yes.
All right, we got $2 on B and J from AU. All right.
I mean, really, what's left to achieve in cinema after that?
Yeah. Well, sorry, Jay.
What are you apologizing? What happened?
Well, A&M's about to go down to defeat.
Oh, Ricky O, Story of Ricky. You mean like Meryl Streep movie? That one? Okay. Hey, everybody likes what they like, man. You know what? The girly film I like is that Devil Wears Prada. That's one of those. Yeah, I can. I can watch that any damn time. It's just, you know why? It's Meryl Streep. You know, you see people, like you'll see a musician, you'll see an actor that, or you'll see a sports star or something like that try to be an actor, and they read their lines and they might be serviceable. And then you see somebody like Meryl Streep step up to a role like that, and you see what acting is. I mean, she just freaking killed it. It's a no Asian prison movie. No. No. Alrighty. And there you go. But Asia, there was a Thai horror film called Shutter, like a camera shutter. That was pretty good. I recommend that. There was also one I think that was called Sick Nurses. There was a while in the 2000s, Artisan Video was putting out a lot of Asian horror films. I think they were writing The Grudge and what was the other one with the TV and the girl? The Ring. Yeah, they were writing that one, the coattails there. All right, let's get stopped. And go.
Nothing beats Audition.
Oh, Audition was sweet. I would have loved to have not known going in. Like if it was sold to me as a romance story or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then just, holy shit, what was that? That kind of thing. I think that would have been really good. Can you put a stop? The internet's acting wonky for me.
Yeah, I put a stop
Alrighty,
in there.
let me get this one. Thank you, sir. No love for A, 289, but B is with AU. No love for C. And D is with AU. No love for E. And flip that over, and we've got nothing for F, G, and H. I is with Austin, and J is with AU. All righty. AU. If I could remember those lyrics. And okay, Jim, I promise I'm only going to do it to you one more time. Don't clip that. All righty, next up, New Defenders, issue number 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151. Oh, I don't have a. That's it. And just to fill this out, here's Gen 13, number 1. And Marvel Tales, number 86. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. All right. Bidding begins at $2 each as soon as OK says go.
Bad comic reviews. I have an original poster from Legend of the Seven Golden Vampires.
All righty. Hey, you don't have this to break the line, and don't give in. Without a Train to Busan, one of the best movies, Korean, if I remember correctly. That little girl deserved a freaking Oscar for that performance at the end. Seriously. I mean, she knows the guy. She knows the guy's not dead, right? So it isn't like a kid believing something that wasn't true. But damn, she was going off. But yeah, Train to Busan was really good. Don't get in without a fight.
Yeah, good question, Austin. Why is it Gen 13 number 1 at $2 book here?
Why should it be more?
I don't know.
Not worth much more than that. I think maybe it's like 5.
Well, okay, Austin, the thing is that some Gen 13 covers for number 1 are worth a lot of money. Like if I had the Janet Jackson version, or if I had the one where she's a fashion model laying on her back, It's kind of more of an artistic cover. Those are worth $10 to $15. The Janet Jackson is worth $20 to $30. This one it's really, I've seen it going for between $3 and $8. So yeah, there you go. That's why. I just also happen to have gotten it for a really good price. So here you go. Let's see. Bayou and Preble. That was $290, $293. And $316. 282. 36. Let's see what else. Legend of Sun. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Never saw it.
Yeah.
Contrary to popular belief, I have not seen every movie.
Yeah. Well, and more importantly too, I think that's actually the issue number 1 from.
That's the first one.
Not from the volume 1.
Did they do a miniseries?
Well, there was the initial run, and I think this is from 95.
Are we sure about that?
Well, I was just looking, and I didn't. Let's see. Okay, well, it's the 3 additional class.
1994, right?
No, it should be March of 95. Yeah, no, it's the
six issue run.
It's cover B from volume 2.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still like a $5 to $10 book, so it's
Yes.
no biggie.
Okay, they finally started playing in Lexington.
Oh, jeez.
Southern Miss waited 3 hours to get their. They're already down 17, still first quarter.
Oh,
Kentucky's driving again.
yeah.
So here's something, I often do bids while I'm doing the auction, bids for next week. And I bid about $5. I always go a little bit over, so it's like $5.09 on about 40. I kid you not, 40 teen romance. They are not that, but young love. And I was thinking, okay, maybe I'll win 3 or 4 of them. Not a one. Every one of them is over $20. And these aren't giant size anything, but every one of those young romance books went for over $20. Those things is popular.
Well, there's a small market for them, and the people that like them are willing to pay because otherwise they don't get them.
Yeah, I guess so.
Obviously, we couldn't give them away where I work because that's why he sold the whole section to me.
Sucker. Yeah, I mean, you got to get yourself a good deal. All right, so what do we have? Jim says $2 on 146 and 151, and $2 on I. Getting the Gen 13. Let me just see what we're doing here. 146, right? And 151. 146 is C. All righty. And let's get the 1 minute warning, please, sir. I is Gen 13.
Yeah.
And
So before you can go, did you answer Vava Vavoom?
I didn't even see Vava Vavoom was here. Hello to Vava Vavoom. What was the question?
It's asking, how do I bid? I want the 3rd, 4th, 7th, and 8th books up here, but I don't know the number is too small for me to read.
Well, it is $2 a pop, and put the letters up. And there you go. Just put $2 and the letters that you're trying to bid on. And understand there is a bid on, right now there is a bid on H, I, and C. All right.
Yeah. So if you want to go, you can increase the bid by 50-cent increments. So for example, you said you're interested in the third one. That already has a $2 bid on it, so you can go $2.50 or higher to outbid Jim on that. So there he is. I'll bid $3 on C, D, G, and H.
All right. And hello to RDB. What's up, man?
Not much. Dealing with a swollen ankle because of the stupid bee sting I got last week.
Yikes.
It's still messed up.
Are you allergic?
As far as I know, I haven't. I've never had to carry an EpiPen or that stuff. Never been. It's like the.
Well, you can be allergic without needing an EpiPen.
I was stung. The last time I was stung when I was 7 years old, bro.
Yeah.
I have not. So I got stung twice in one day on each leg because of stupid ground bees.
Yeah.
So but where it is, it's at the back of my heel, right above. Mm-hmm. So you're constantly moving that part, that skin.
Oh yeah, that's gonna.
Oh, it sucks. So it just started swelling up again. I took some more ibuprofen. It's a pain in the butt. I was reading online. People said like, "Oh yeah, the itching doesn't go away for about a month." I was like,
again, it depends on your tolerance to how
exactly.
How much venom got into it.
Oh, it hurt like the dickens, bro. When he stabbed me, because I was not expecting it, and that's such a tender area down there.
Yeah,
I swore. I'm sure my neighbors could hear me.
Yeah.
Okay, Jim goes $3.50 on C and H, and Baba Boom counters with $4.
Yeah.
Just want to confirm you do have me marked down for that Punisher book, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Because sometimes you miss things.
I hardly knew her. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, I can tell you a funny story. I've only been stung by a bee a couple of, maybe maximum 3 or 4 times in my life. And the first one, of all places, I was in Hawaii, and this was probably when I was like, how old was I when we did that? 13 maybe. Yeah, I want to say I was like 13 or 14 at the most, because I just learned how to play golf, and so my cousin came with us, and so my cousin and I were going to play golf at this golf course. I think that was at Pukalani. At this golf course in Maui. On the first tee, ready to go, I get stung by a bee. Of course, I'm in pain and crying, and so drive back to the clubhouse to get some stuff and take care of it. But I'll be damned if I was gonna cancel my round. We just had to get together with kind of move back a little bit in the foursomes, and went out and played a round of 18 with the bee sting.
I remember growing up, the first aid kits had like bee sting, like some treatment.
Right back.
And the little first aid kits, he says like, "Oh, if you get string of a bee, break this open and put this on there and stuff." The new ones don't even have that.
Yeah, I'm sure they're much more advanced, but yeah, no, it's same time. I mean, I don't like being around bees at all. They freak me the hell out. I
did not know they were in there because I was just cutting grass and I must have got close to where they were in this little we have a wood pile I'm slowly getting rid of, and there was a rotten tree trunk they'd cut up a log, and they made a nest in it. I didn't know that when I had a push mower walking by. I had no idea, and I thought, because I never as a rule of thumb, I never wear shorts when I'm cutting grass because you never know if they're gonna flick something up and hit you in the leg,
Yeah.
And that's what I thought it was. So I looked and I saw there's a bee actually. I was caught between the tongue of my shoe and the side of my shoe. I'm like, what the heck? So I killed him, and then I went to the front yard, get away from him, and all the rest of them, and another one followed me. It's like the cartoon thing. I had no idea. Stung me in the other leg.
Yeah.
I was just like, I feel like Manucci. I'm gonna get stuck in the next 2 arms probably. But yeah, dude, like it's just like, yeah. They ask if Harris says if I put tobacco on it. I don't smoke. I don't like tobacco.
Yeah.
I put on there was aspirin, crushed up aspirin, and put it on there. But it hurts like the dickens where it is.
Yeah, can only escape from behind in the lake. Yeah, that can only work. So, yeah. Well, and it's funny you mentioned that. I take it you're not going to be watching 911 this week or next.
Dude, I was lucky I did not end up like Macaulay Culkin. Because I went back there that same night to kill him, spray him with the raid.
Oh.
The next morning, there was about 100 bees on the ground.
Yeah,
I would have been like Macaulay Culkin, my girl.
Oh well, I've seen the ad for the upcoming episode of 911. It's some like gigantic bee swarm coming, massing over Los Angeles or something. And so,
dude, the last commercial
it starts out with the tagline of most people can't survive. People can't survive more than 500 bee stings, and this huge giant CGI swarm of bees, comes into the city.
Dude, the last time I saw advertisement for the 911 was the cruise ship.
No,
on its side, whatever, capsized or something like that.
Yeah, I have not watched an episode of that show.
Never have.
I don't know. It's never interested me. Even though I was a huge fan of Emergency growing up, and I've watched other stuff, but I just never.
I love The Rookie because Nathan Fillion, and it's just a fun show.
Oh.
Could you put up a stop? I tried again, but apparently I'm dropping.
Oh,
you're still here so far, but
yeah.
Yeah, but it's telling me having trouble connecting. Please check your internet connection. So, thankfully, at least, I'm here. All right, let's go over these. We've got the new Defenders, 144, 145 hitting the deck. Baba Boom has 146 at 4, 147 at 3. No love for 148.
Uh-oh.
On the other page, we've got 149 hitting the rejects. Am I still here?
Yeah, you're still here.
So far.
Okay, 150 for Baba Boom at 3, 151 Baba Boom for 4. Jim has Gen 13, no love for Marble Tales. Okay. Let's put these down, and we're going to hit the $1 books again. These are the last 2 lots of the night, ladies and gentlemen. All right. And first we have Alpha Flight issue number 22. And we have Alpha Flight issue number 23. And here's issue number 25. And we have issue number 26. And we have issue number 27. Here's issue number 34. And issue number 35. And here is, issue number 43. Okay, let me see if I don't have 2 there. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay, so I guess these, it can't be that one. Can't be those. There we go. Alrighty, we've got Vampirella and Shadowhawk, book 1.
Oh, Venkman showed up just in time.
And we have Criminal by Ed Brubaker and Sean Phillips. That's issue number 3. Bidding begins at $1 each. As soon as LK says go.
$1 or $2?
$1. $1 comics.
Yeah.
Gimme.
Yeah. So the end of the Byrne run there is C. So A, B, and C are still all John Byrne, and then the new writer, I forget who it was, took over. That's the rest of the Alpha Flights there. And then I'm not sure who did the Vampirella Shadowhawk. I don't think it was Jim Valentino. And there's Jim Sorensen with $1 A through H.
All right.
Jackson comes in, says, I rate the Alpha Flight covers an 8, Vampy gets a 9, and Criminal gets an 8. All right. I see what you did there. And George comes in with $1 on high, so he wants some Vampirella. Frog, you're missing out.
I think he just wants Shadowhawk
Ah, okay.
because he's so popular, right?
Okay, so there are two. It looks like there's 2 issues. Both of them are number 1s. One is released by Harris Comics. That's the one we're looking at, and one was released by Image.
Yep.
Followers of the Chaos Cult are running rampant on the streets of New York, terrorizing churches. Shadowhawk springs into action to uphold justice. Vampirella appears and mistakes the vigilante for just another cult member. Misunderstanding leads to a fight ending in dire consequences. Art Nichols, inker penciler. Let's see. Digital Hellfire colorist, as well as Demetrius Basukos. An inker on this book is one Mr. Ethan Van Sciver.
Oh.
Jim Valentino is the writer. Joe Justo is colorist, cover, inker, penciler. There's about 90 inkers on this thing. Joe Weems, Keith Aiken. Kurt Von Warmer is inker, penciler.
Yep. This is their special. That's why they had so many people on there.
Okay, so it's different stories, maybe?
I don't know. You look open up.
Well, no, it's probably one story, but
Yeah.
you know,
They take
especially
turns to the
back in
page.
those days, they like to have multiple anchors on a book. You know, do like 2 or 3 pages.
There's a review here. At face value, this Flash characters might seem a bit gimmicky, even by 90 standards, but in all fairness, the concept has potential for the uninitiated. Vampirella is more of a monster hunter rather than a stereotypical vampire. She still requires blood for survival, but that's more or less the extent. Shadowhawk is a man for justice. Okay, he's just talking about this thing. No real
Yeah.
depth
I was
to
just
the
saying.
review.
Yeah. LK is right. It most likely is just like they all got together and they all wanted to take contribute to it, which normally would be like a $10 book if it was through DC today. And you have crappy artists and crappy writers.
Actually, this is one of those books that I did not check any kind of value on it before I put it up.
I don't think it would be. But then again, I'm biased.
You don't need to worry about that. It's fine.
Yeah, I don't think it. I think we would have heard of it.
Because honestly, what I've read of Shadowhawk appearing on things, I would rather just have Wolverine or Hawkman. I guess for those who love Shadowhawk, cool. I just don't see doesn't seem appealing to me. He's like Puck from Marvel. I don't like the character. But that Brubaker, Criminal. If you don't have the collection, if you don't have the individual issues, that is a fun freaking book there. It's Brubaker and Sean Phillips, Criminal. Literally the top tier performances from both the artist and the writer. Dude, Harris. If you're gonna get Vampirella, I say get Harris before you decide you're gonna get try Dynamite. Because if you've tried Dynamite, you're like, oh, I don't like the new stuff. Harris was the best Vampirella other than the Warren magazines.
He should know. He has bought a lot of these from me.
Dude, I got a couple of trades.
Oh, by the way, there's some on their way too, dude. I think I sent all the magazine the size because I found a box that could take them.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they're on their way, dude.
A box to take them. Yeah, I was gonna say they're pretty big magazines.
Let's see.
Book 1 or 2. That's the only thing I ever run into is like, I'm like, oh, it's a cool book, and I'm like, it's 1 or 2, and like you can't find 2 because 2 is a low print. So, Eric, you there?
Yeah.
Tomorrow is going to be Song to Pick, so we're going to do the king size annual Avengers.
Cool.
I know. I thought we recorded or read it somewhere. I don't know if we read it on this channel.
Jim
Actually.
is at 149.
But I remember talking about it. So it might have been a retrospective or something like that somewhere on Jimmy's channel. But yeah, I love that book. It's a fun book with Mandarin being the big bad guy, and he's got his flunkies, and they're going to divide the world to get their own little parts of it. Yeah.
Okay, what do we got here as far as? Oh, we've got a little bit of a bidding war going on. Let's see. We've got Jim with one through A through H. So Jim, $1 on A through H.
Who's typing?
Oh, it's probably me you're picking up.
Oh, okay. I'm like, he's typing stuff?
And my clicking keyboard.
No, I hear like the clunking. That's why I wasn't sure because he is knee or and I hear you clicking. So I was
Yeah,
like,
you know I'm a pen and paper guy.
well, I thought maybe you got joined the modern world.
I did. I found out they invented pens. I am all the way up to 1792.
Nice.
Then we get Irate Alpha Flight covers 8. Okay, Bambi and 9. Okay. 150 A through H says Eric and Boyd. All right.
Gotta use that animal parchment.
Let's see. Dollar on I Vampirella. Okay.
And tomorrow's review and Extreme Movie Show will be, unfortunately, Armageddon.
Let's see, then we've got 2 on I from Vincent.
Hey, Shrills. Some really cool books here.
Then we've got 3 on I from George, 4 on I from Vincent, $4.50 on I. Then we've got $2 A through H. Let's see. Cheers, mate. I believe that is George's way of folding. The Vampy book is 1 of 2, says One Slick. Where what has been burdened can become unburdened by what has been. Okay. We're getting Kamala Harris here. Let's see. England teen retired is still. Yes. Hello to Shirls. Harris Comics, where we love school buses and how the wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. The wheels on the bus go round and round, all through the town. Now you.
Well, I hope that woman in Alpha Flight's not getting on the bus.
Yeah, well, Tim.
She's going to sue because she can't get on the bus.
Yes. Give me $5 footlongs. 1 minute to warning. Once in a while, she don't want to call you. Speaking of.
Did I mention I love school buses? Yeah.
Like there's no too long.
Apparently, Lizzo dropped a few sizes.
Good for her.
Yeah. She finally went on probably on Ozempic, probably.
Oh, I bet she's probably on something much more potent than Ozempic that we don't even know about, that only the elites
that she's dropped down. Well, there's two weight loss drugs right now. There's Ozempic and there's other one that starts with M.
That you know about.
Well, yeah, the doctors know about. So, because my mom is like, have surgery, she has to lose the weight. So he's like, so he wanted you to tell her to go on Ozempic, and she's like, well, it's like hearing all the crap that's on it. It's like, she's like, I really don't want to be on there. And other side effects is like you can have severe like being in a bathroom, like Ingleton when he has the case onions. Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah.
Story I did not have to be brought up in.
No, you're welcome. It's the best example without being subtle.
Right. Yeah. And why be subtle about my condition?
Because you talk about it on here all the time. I had onions. You joke about it.
Yeah, I do. I mean, it is that way with me. It's
if it was a private matter, Gail wouldn't have told us about it.
It wouldn't have told you. Yeah, I told her. I said, "Do you know what you did to me?" And she goes, "What?" I said, "You walked in one time and very casually went, Poopy, I need you to." And Venkman heard you. I said, "Now I'm getting. Now they're just
we just call you Poopy now.
No, you will not. That is my wife's name.
Well,
For very much the same reason. I mean, it's very self-explanatory.
Yeah. Side effect of Ozempic includes
I'll tell
the
you
darkness. There you go. A side effect of Ozempic includes the Prince of Darkness appearing at the foot of your bed and demanding to drink your soul.
Alrighty, put up a 1 minute warning. Let's get stopped. We've got one more.
Hey, did you know that Eric and Boyd has a channel?
That is that. Say again?
Did you know that Eric and Boyd has a YouTube channel?
Yeah.
No.
First, you kind of have to have a YouTube channel to be here, but Eric
No,
and
he
Boyd
posts
actually
he posts content on there.
Yeah, I know.
He said I did.
Did
He
you
said
show
I
the
did.
children in this basement? That was a great video. A lot of people just thought, "Wow, great special effects," and I thought, "Dude, good torture." Alrighty, let me get these down, and we'll get the next round up.
Pixel was one of those kids.
Yeah. Let's see. Jim has A through H for $2. So we've got 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, 34, 35, and 43. And then let's see. George has Vampirella in Shadow for 50. And Ed Brubaker hits the reject box.
Wow.
I know, right?
Out of everything going on there, the Brubaker was probably my favorite. I just don't like Canadians.
Okay.
Like,
And the last slot of the night, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Secret Defenders issue number 1, and it is tiny.
ooh.
There you go. And we have issue number 2. And then we have Star Trek issue number 2 from IDW. And then we have issue number 3. And we have issue number 4. Here is Stormwatch, issue number 25 from June of 1995. Next up, we have issue number 3, Right in Portatio. And here is issue number 4. Issue number 7. I just realized I brought 2 copies of this one, so let me drop that. And issue number 8. There you go. Bidding begins at $1 each as soon as OK says go. Alrighty. There we go. Stormwatch sounding like a 4 supergroup from Marvel.
Okay, is it just me, or did when he was putting the books out, he paused and then it sped up really fast?
Yeah, there was a
Might have been.
whole.
Okay, guys.
Okay, did you groan when the Star Trek went up?
I may or may not have.
Was that in honor of the ever expanding one surviving a fourth round of layoffs or firings?
Yes.
IDW.
Yes. When the end comes for IDW, the only ones left will be Heather Antos and the Cockroaches.
And she'll eat the cockroaches.
Yes.
Not everything IDW is bad. They have done good things.
Well, I mean, I will say I'm not sure what the era is of that IDW Star Trek. So, mileage may vary. Check it out. Enjoy.
It is true though. IDW has that Saturday morning adventures with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
Because those guys legitimately are talented. There's the guys Dan Schoening and Eric Burnham, the guys who were originally on the Ghostbusters longest run for their third IDW. They did Godzilla, and then they're on this now. And these guys are just fans of the actual stuff. So you're not getting today's build the wall, Orange Man bad crap. You're just getting a basic fun story.
Yeah.
But
Isn't that what we're all
Eric,
hoping for?
was Micah Wright the guy who had the Stolen Valor issue?
I don't remember.
Name sounds familiar. I'm seeing that he wrote those Stormwatch books, and I'm trying to remember.
I always thought that Chris Gage had some problems with that, something to do with military service, but
maybe that was Tom King.
But you gotta admire somebody that they fired the publisher and kept her.
Yeah. I thought he retired. He stepped down. Well, it's Boom Studios. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they either pushed him out or he saw the writing on the wall and got the hell out.
And both. Probably Boom and this. I do.
But that is amazing that arguably the most powerful person in comics can't make a comic that sells.
Let's see.
So,
who would
wow.
you say is arguably the most powerful person?
Heather Antos.
Ah,
All right. So you guys were buying comic books in the 90s.
yes.
So what was your favorite Wildstorm title? Did you have one?
Wildcats, I guess.
Well, okay. Yeah, because I guess Wildcats did get to Wildstorm for a bit.
Wait, the one was Wildstorm.
Wildstorm was basically is Stormwatch and the things surrounding that.
Authority, isn't it?
Authority, yeah. They eventually absorbed Gen 13 and Wildcats. Yeah, they were all Wildstorm properties. All the ones that have been butchered by DC since Jim Lee sold them to them.
So then, like, what was it? Wetworks with or is it Cyberworks?
Oh yeah, okay, I remember Wetworks. Wetworks wasn't bad.
I don't know that Wetworks. I don't know if anybody's done anything with that since the 90s.
Well, Will Spartatio was the guy, right? That was doing the art, I think, on that. He's been doing some stuff for Marvel.
Jackson, I'll disagree with that. The Wildstorm in the late 90s was really good. I haven't had much use for them, since they were sold to DC. But
I've never read anything but Authority from Wild or Wetworks, or not, but Wildstorm, because like I don't hear anybody ever praise any books from that day.
That's because you're not listening. Doc would give any one of them a kidney. Ed Brubaker wrote an entire series.
That's the thing I want to follow is Brubaker stuff.
Well, I think he wrote an entire Authority series.
Because if he's as good as he is on than he is on his criminal books back then.
Well, no, he wasn't because he was newer in his career. But if you read his Batman, when he was coming up, he did a miniseries called Point Blank, which is connected to one of these properties.
You did Gotham Central, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, have you ever read Gotham Central?
Yeah, I've read parts of it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it was Brubaker and Rucka when Rucka could write.
Yeah, well,
That was a very good series.
Yeah, well, and Gotham Central is what led Quesada to poach Brubaker away from DC and signed him exclusively to Marvel, which led Greg Rucka to try and kill Joe Quesada, but he killed Rich Johnston instead during the Las Vegas Comic Convention.
George, I think any books that I get that kind of climb into the horror area I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna hold on to them for next month.
You notice why? You know why you didn't see the Gotham Central trades in any of these auctions recently?
Because they're expensive.
No, because I kept them.
Is this your stuff?
No, like a lot of the stuff that have been popping up in auctions were like stuff that I gave him.
Marvel Essentials. The Marvel Essentials were the trade paperbacks. A lot of the trade paperbacks.
I saw the Essentials on there. Yeah. So and then there was a Crisis. Was one of them?
Yeah, I didn't want to take up any more shelf space than I already was. So Harley Quinn went to Indiana. Gotham Central stayed on the shelf.
Yeah. So and
the Crisis on Infinite Earths I bought individually.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I was right. Yeah, Micah Wright was the guy who was going around claiming that he was a ranger in Panama in 1989, and then people started investigating, and in 2004 he admitted, "Oh no, I was never a ranger. I was in the reserve officer corps, and then left."
Well, I was a Swift boat captain. We saw action. Yeah, John Kerry.
And he was actually during this Team Achilles run here of the four issues of which you see, when he was doing interviews with people like Rich Johnston and other comic book journalists in quotation marks, he would talk about how his Ranger experience influenced his writing.
Admiral Hare wants to know more about the
Ruckus. Last stop. And the only thing with love, it looks like.
I'm with Hare. I'm like, I didn't even know anything about that. When did that happen?
The Star Treks. They go to George.
Yeah. So, this happened back in I guess before 2010, I think. Because that was when Quesada came on as editorial, he brought in the whole Marvel versus DC thing and started getting people exclusive.
Is that when we got a show as Broker and Hulk?
What?
Is that when they had all different Avengers? Yeah, Lady Thor.
Brubaker came over to write Winter Soldier.
Okay.
He's not right cap.
Quesada stole Brubaker from DC. Rucka was heartbroken, and he plotted to kill Joe Quesada by rigging a microphone when Quesada was going to do his cup of coffee talk at the Las Vegas Comic Convention. But Rich Johnston got up there first, saying, "Oh, I've got some dirt on some people," and grabbed the microphone and got electrocuted. But it took the team at CSI, led by Gil Grissom, to uncover who was responsible for it. And you can read all about it if you find.
He did go to jail for it.
If you can read all about it if you find the CSI miniseries called "Dying in the Gutters" from IDW, which is fan-freaking-tastic.
It's just funny that if that's true, that he did not go to jail for attempted murder.
No, it's all a story, folks. But it's an amazing story because, Rich Johnston is killed in the book. And they go around the comic convention interviewing real creators. And so, Peter David makes a cameo in there. Gail Simone, Quesada, hell, I think Stan Lee shows up in a panel they talk to say hi. Basically, they treat this Las Vegas Comic Con like it was San Diego in terms of everybody that's there and stuff. And ultimately it turns out, that Greg Rucka is the murderer because he was upset that Quesada poached away Baker when they were going to, continue, Gotham Central. And and
Okay.
they were going to do another DC book.
I know. Boy, I was
Alrighty,
like,
kids. George,
can I just real
go
quickly?
ahead, finish.
For those who are going to
Yeah,
be paying,
please.
first time paying, don't know where to pay, everything's down below in the ticker. Or you can also go to ko-fi.com and pay that way as well.
George had Shadowhawk number 17 for $1. Weird Mystery 22 for $6. Island of Dr. Moreau for $5. Lex Luthor trade paperback for $5. Flash trade paperback for $5. Vampirella and Shadow for $4.50. Star Trek 2, 3, and 4 for $1 each, and that is a subtotal of 29. That is going to be 38 with shipping. If you want me to hold on for a bigger box, just pay for the comics, $29.50. If you want me to ship them, it's $38. LK had Ms. Marvel number 17 for $3. I'm assuming you're going to want me to just hold it.
Yeah.
AU had Conan number 121, 123, 124, and 126, all for $2. Cap America Annual number 6 for $5, and 286 for $7. X-Men Titans for $10. Incredible Hulk 290, 293, and 310 for $2 each, for a subtotal of 36. And let's see, $9 is 45 after shipping. Once again, if you want me to hold on for a bigger box, just pay for the books. That's 36. If you want me to ship them, that would be 45. Boom. Let's see, 4, 8, and it's 14. You had Defenders, which for some reason I spelled with a V on your sheet. 146, 147, 150, 151, and that is $4, $3, $3, $4, or that is $14. Now, if you want me to send them along, it'll be 23. And if you want me to hold them, just pay for the books. And like next week or whenever, if you get more to fill up an entire envelope or a box, we'll send it to you. It's up to you. Austin P. had Incredible Hulk 242 for $3. Fantastic Four Annual number 15 for $5. Iron Man 118, first appearance of James Rhodes for $20. Superman trade paperback, the meeting of the Super Saiyan for $5, and Incredible Hulk 315 for $2. That is a subtotal of 35. With shipping, it would be 44. Without shipping, 35. If you want me to hold on for a bigger box. Your books, by the way, all the other ones are on their way. RDV had Punisher the Prize for $5. And I know all those. Crisis 1 for One Slick Dude, that was $50. And
Sorry, Austin saying he got a Superman trade.
yeah.
Oh, well, actually saying I don't remember that.
The Superman Batman. You say
yeah.
he's going to probably give it a read, Super Sons?
Yeah, the Super Sons.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hopefully, Austin remembers Super Sons.
Yeah, the one with the Super Sons on it. One Slick Dude had Crisis on Infinite Earths number 1 for $50. And I'll hold that when you're at $64 total right now. We could use the $10 of it for shipping, but I would suggest just since I don't know if you heard me, but I mentioned that since you spent $75 twice so close together, I'm just going to count as the $150, and I'm going to give you your free shipping. Just wait until it's gone, like you have 64, and I'm going to send everything to you all at once. Alpha Flight number 8, 9, 10, 15, and 16 for Eric and Boyd, and that is $12. Or if you want them shipped right away, it would be $21. Vincent has Powers 1 through 4, and Davy Crockett for I don't know what number it is, in all honesty, but the Walt Disney thing, the older book.
Congrats on the Davy Crockett, dude. That's a cool book.
Yep. That's 28, and I'm pretty sure we could fit that in an envelope. So that would be 37 after shipping. Okay, how are we doing, sir? I'm doing fine. Oh my gosh.
Well, you said money. Eric Blaze says money already sent Englantino. Ah, crap! Some Englantino guy is getting your money.
I know, right? Let's see.
I know.
I'm
Hold on.
already ready to say bye.
He's dabbing now.
Yep, not sneezing my brains out my eyeballs. Let's see. Brian had Blood Strike number 15, 16, 17 for $1 each. Conan 125 and 127 for $2 each. Batman Punisher for $5. Iron Man 169 for $8. And Sergeant Rock 323 and 324 for $5 each. That is a subtotal of $30. $9 shipping, so it'd be $39. All righty, you're ready for the novel. Okay, so Jim had Alpha Flight 12, 14, 18, 19, 21, all for $1.50 each. Defenders 125, 126, 127, 128, 130, 131, 132, 133 for $2 each. Red Sonja 5, 7, 10, and 13 for $2 each. Defenders 73, 74, 76, 77, 82, 84, 85, 86, 87 for $3 each. Whoops. Let's see. Let me try this again. 3, 6, 7, 50, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. That'd be 23.50. Got that part right. Red Sonja was 2, 4, and 6. That's 8. That's 31.50. And then we had Defenders. I have marked down at 3, but these are the 3 or 2, but these are the $3 ones. And that would be 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27, 30. Alrighty, so that would be 30 and that would be 60, 61. And then you had Avengers 220 for $5. That would be 66. Mighty Thor 412. That would be 76. Adventure Comics 433 for 8. That would be 84. Spider-Girl 20 for 8. That would be 92. Flash 227 for 5. That would be 97. All right, 97. Okay, then we had Spider-Girl number 100 for 5, and that would be, let's see, 97, 102. 2. And then we have Defenders 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97. All for 99, 100, 101, and 103. 106, 107, and 108, all for $3 each. All righty, and that's 137. And then you had issues number 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, all for $2. And that would be, that would be, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. So that's 157. All righty. And then you had Gen 13 number 1 for $2. Alpha Flight 22, 23, and 25 for $2. So that's another 8. So that would be 165. All righty. And then Alpha Flight 26, 29, 34, 35, and 43 for $2 each. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. And that would be, is that 157, 165? That would be 175. All right. There you go. 175, Mr. Jim. Okay. And obviously that gets the free shipping. If the I'm going to put it in a short box, and whatever is if there's room left, I'm going to take from others that I'm holding, and I'll shove those in because this one's going out for free. So yeah, you're going to get them out of order, but I'll do what I can to make sure that thing is packed for you. All right, cool. All right. So what do we got? How did I mess up? All I'm going to say is publicly, I tried to stint in the army, but was 8 up. I had no business being in. What's 8 up?
8 up is what he meant to say.
Say again.
Oh wait, all I'm going to say publicly is I tried to stint in the army, but I was too
Messed up? Effed up?
Yeah, probably something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, have a good one, Eric.
The sign prices went for 50. I was hoping there would be a bit more of a bid because I did make it lower than what it was on eBay. I was hoping maybe there would be a bidding more, but no, just 50. But it's okay. It's okay. I have. This is a good night tonight. This makes you down to 64. One slick dude. All right. Let's see. Military service, definitely not for most people. I had friends and family join and either got medical discharge or some other way. I don't know if I could have handled it. My cousin went in. We were supposed to go in together. My dad kind of talked me out of it, but in all honesty, I don't know if I have the right mindset.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very much Bill Murray from Stripes. I'm just not good at taking orders. I'm not there. I was wondering, do you have a list of types of book that us regulars regularly buy? Not an official list. Not really, but I know that if I can find AC Comics, I'll buy them in hopes that LK is going to pick up at least 5 or 6 of them. I know that, of course, RDV is into Vampirella. I know that Dave Asanowitz is whom war comic books will go for.
Not just Vampirella, Chastity books, but it has to be like older ones.
Yeah, the not modern day, but the bad what was called the Good Girl.
Bad Girl era?
Yeah, yeah. I know those books RDV likes.
Oh, or even
but
Frank
not
Cho. Frank Cho was it? What did he do? Jungle Girl.
Danger Girl. I
had the cool collection, but I mean, as far as Frank Cho did, was it Jungle Girl or was it the Jungle Queen?
It might have been. I know they did.
He did for Dynamite. It was
So I get a feeling for what people like, and so my big thing though is Shauna says Jackson.
Yeah, Shauna. Yeah.
My big thing is it's like the Teen Titans thing. For a little bit, it seemed like I was getting Teen Titans in every collection, and they would always sell, and they would always sell, and they would always sell. So when I got the next opportunity to buy Teen Titans, of course I bought them. They didn't go anywhere. And I think it's because everybody who wanted them kind of buys them. So, yeah, I try to pay attention, but I also know that I've got to be careful because if we're not bringing in new people at a certain point in time, you guys have bought all the books that you're looking for. We had 100 men in our division, and we started in Great Lakes, Illinois. At least 10 had no business being there. One guy kept trying to escape. After the third time, they had to eventually relent.
Yeah, now you can't even joke about trying to be Klinger in the Army. They'll think you're serious, and they'll try to help you transition. So it's like you can use it as a mental illness to get out. Rhaegar,
you said escape. I keep forgetting. Are you one of the older ones who were around when Vietnam was there? Because I know that was the last war people were drafted for. However, I don't think it's going to be the last war because the Democrats have us in potentially 3, and they're already talking about reinstating the draft.
I think Rhaegar is like in his late 20s. If I'm mistaken. I know Evil Black Cat's 29, but I thought Rhaegar was right around that.
Well,
yeah, he was in 9/11, so I guess Rhaegar's in his 40s.
No. Okay.
Yeah. Guys, I am crashing here, so I'm gonna go. Y'all want to continue or
wrestling stream?
Well, yeah. If y'all want, you can continue this and chat, but I am literally crashing here.
Let's talk about Drew McIntyre put over the old man.
Yeah, it was a fantastic match, and it's either the feud's over and can move on, or they're going to have the final confrontation. It's going to be a Hell in a Cell match at Bad Blood in Atlanta in a month or two.
And
So,
that, so might as well
once
do
again, to if you can pay tonight, please pay tonight. Definitely want to pay my internet bill so I don't lose this. 36 and up are free from the draft. Oh my gosh! In order for me to get drafted, it
would have to be a Ukraine type.
They're gonna have to be knocking on my door.
No, it would have to. We wouldn't get drafted if Mars attacked.
Yeah. Yep. I actually was thinking that's a great question to ask a man on the street kind of interview, because girls are more often for Kamala than guys are. So who are you gonna vote for, Kamala? Okay, which war do you hope they send your boyfriend to? Thank you, AU.
Right. You're talking about interviewing the guys, right? Because you said boyfriend.
Right, of course. So tomorrow we are doing a cover ranking at 10:30, and it's gonna be a little different. It's the Independents. Monday will be Marvel. I've got some interesting books, and RDV and I and Amy went and we looked for MK. MK was there also. We went through and we looked at some manga books to include them, since they're actually prominent. They started to gain prominence in the 90s, and when we do 2000s, we'll probably bring in it. It's not a manga cover.
No.
We just picked out like 3, maybe 4.
I want to ask everybody, since everybody's here, is that I know. Well, I'm not asking the. I know one person on the panel will say yes. I know other one will be like, I'll sit this one out. But thoughts on just doing a manga cover ranking?
I'll sit this one out.
Yeah, 90. Gee, I thought LK was gonna say that. No, 90s manga, 80s and 90s manga.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't ask you to at all, Eric. It's it is just the covers.
Well, I mean, I would say if you specifically just did like the Dark Horse, so basically the floppy version of manga instead of the actual manga volumes, because
let's bring it to America versions. Yeah,
because I was thinking, because I want to have Dragon Ball, Akira, all the popular ones on there.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but honestly, to me, most of the covers aren't all that exciting.
There were a couple
manga volumes.
What was it? Amy mentioned, Sailor Moon was in the 90s, and so I looked, and they were all boring covers.
There was the other one you looked at.
Go on ahead. I'm sorry.
No, there was one you found, and you couldn't. She helped you spell it because you couldn't figure out what it was. And you liked that actual one cover they had. It was good. I forgot what it was. I think you copied it down.
But as I say, if you go and take a look, Dark Horse in certainly the 80s and the 90s did a lot of publishing manga in the U.S. comic book style. I mean, like, go take a look. That's how Ghost in the Shell first came to the U.S. shores, was through Dark Horse. There was a fun little series called Shadow Lady that is the same way. If I knew exactly what box they were in, I could go pull them right now. But
I know Fist of the North Star was reprinted in floppy form.
Yeah. Guys, I'm falling asleep here. I'll talk to you later. Tomorrow, 10:30. If you guys want to continue, go right on ahead. Enjoy. But I'm dropping.
Ooh, I'll just say this real quick because your shirt reminded me of it. I'm trying to talk Robin to reviewing Star Crash.
Say again.
Star Crash.
Star Crash. What's that?
Basically, a bad ripoff of Star Wars with Caroline Munro. And barely anything wearing clothing. All
right. Well, you kids have fun, and I will see you tomorrow.
All right.
Good night.
Good night.
See you. Bye.
Later.
No. Today's PLE was very good. The Gunther Randy Orton match was great. It was very, very old school in the pacing. You know, Orton kicked and injured, quote unquote, injured Gunther's right arm early in the match. So he was constantly selling that. Could get some of the power moves up because he didn't have the strength in the arm to lift Randy up. Just some really, really good, solid, just fun stuff. So,
Hey, LK, you want to feel old?
sure.
Did you see who the Nationals are about to call up?
No,
Darren Baker.
no way. Oh my God.
And it's even more sad is he's probably not considered a prospect because he's in his mid-20s.
Yeah, I was gonna say I hadn't really heard him on any of the prospect lists.
Yeah, Wagman will give you a little context. In the 2002 World Series, a couple guys were scoring, and Dusty Baker's 2-year-old son went out to get the bat, but he was about to get run over. And JT Snow, as he's crossing the plate without breaking stride, just swept him up in his arms.
Yep, scooped him up.
And the guy behind him was literally right behind Snow. And that kid, that little 2-year-old, is now getting called up to the majors.
Yeah.
Again, as a 24, 5-year-old.
Yeah. Well, and what's funny is it actually wound up leading to a rule change in Major League Baseball in terms of minimum ages for the bat boys and stuff. Because basically what it was a family affair. Dusty had his 3 kids, essentially as bat boys for the Giants. And it was a cute thing, because you had the little one there, and I think next one was 6 or 8 or something, and then there was one that was kind of, I think, teenager at that point. And yeah, you almost had a tragedy. Yeah, it's one of the great pictures of JT scooping up the kid.
I saw the headline. Somebody brought attention to that today. Goes, does anyone remember Jack Snow? It's like poor JT.
Yeah.
It's and Bateman, the guy that scooped up the kid.
Yeah.
His father was a great wide receiver with the Rams in the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
So it's all kinds of sports generations there.
Yeah. No, and JT, I loved rooting for JT when he was a Giant. He was a fantastic fielding first baseman. God, I loved watching him play.
Was he an Angel before that?
Yes. Yeah, he came up with the Angels.
I thought so.
Did you watch that video I sent you of Briscoe Jr.
No, but I'm going to. Okay, definitely take a couple minutes to watch that chick.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, I found someone on Twitter shared a clip of one of the Briscoe boys. I forget which one it is, but he was basically when he used to wrestle local, and he would always go. He would go and then do the weather report at his local news station. So it's kind of funny just watching him. I was like, what the heck?
It was probably Jerry.
Mark Briscoe back in the day.
Oh,
talking about the hillbilly Briscoes.
Okay.
Yeah. He would do the weekly weather at a local news station, and he thought he was crazy now when he does the interviews that's behind the scenes with the conglomerate. Just imagine him doing the weather.
Yeah. Hey, good night, Jim.
Yeah. Like I said, I've been finding a lot of people have been showing us these clips. JBL just invaded TNA the other day.
Yeah, well, he's been going around to various kind of indie promotions. He was in he made an appearance. I think it was at JCW a week or two ago.
Yep.
Yeah. So and of course it's all mysterious. So you don't exactly know. Is he just playing around, or is there some kind of angle faction that he's trying to create there? Because you see
they're all
gonna stare down Nemeth, and then he whispers in his ear, and they kind of nod at each other or something. It's like, okay,
maybe they're all going to join AEW with Shane.
Yeah. Well, evidently, I was listening to somebody today who said that they have sources that say it's official that Shane McMahon is joining or going to be doing something with AEW.
I feel like he's probably been behind the scenes already. Just been doing stuff like backstage stuff.
I don't know about that yet, but
yeah. Today, another Twitter site posted. They posted the match from RDV. RVD, not RDV, but Rob Van Dam versus Eddie Guerrero in the ladder match for the championship.
yeah.
And a lot of people had no idea that Eddie Guerrero was a high flyer. They didn't know he did the flip.
5 stars frog splash wasn't.
Yeah, they figured he just did that. They didn't realize he could do all the other stunts.
Okay.
Yo.
Want to feel a little bit more sorry for Southern Mississippi?
I was feeling sorry for Southern Mississippi right now, but sure.
Yep.
Lightning delay.
Oh.
Hey, Green Machine.
Good God,
That game is never going to end.
I think it was scheduled to start at 7.
Yeah.
It's 12:30 now, and they're getting boat raced, and they got to wait out another freaking lightning delay.
Yeah. Well,
why just call it?
Yeah. Well, next weekend I can go up to the Arkansas Comic-Con here in Little Rock, and the Hardy Boys are supposed to be there. Jerry Lawler, Kane, and then Matt Riddle's supposed to be there on Sunday.
Dude, it looked like Matt Riddle was at the Dynamite. Did you see that one video clip?
Yeah, well, I saw a picture. I couldn't tell if it was actually him or if it was.
Well, he did the guy who did it. He had the hat on. He had the long hair. And then when Colorado was kicked him, he just puts his hands like, "Oh, what's that? It's okay, bro." Like Riddle used to do whenever he was on Raw. He put his hands, gesture. People are speculating, was Riddle there, or is this some guy who's just like?
Well, if I accidentally hit Matt Riddle, I'd be apologizing too.
Yeah,
because apparently he's like, when he was in WWE, there wasn't anybody.
So here's my thing. Because people are saying, well, maybe it's an accident. I'm thinking, well, if it's Matt Riddle, because it clearly looks staged. The way
I was saying that because Matt Riddle in real life could have kicked shit out of anybody in WWE.
Of course.
And so I was saying, if I hit him, I'd say, I didn't mean that.
Like, am I excited for him? Coming to AEW? Yeah, not really. I'd say put him with the Von Erichs.
No, don't bring him in. No, I wouldn't touch him.
It's like him and Enzo. It's like him and Enzo. I don't really want them
until if he goes to a GCW or AEWP or whatever the fuck I was, and proves he can stay clean for a few years, then maybe.
Yeah.
But if he can do that, then he can just go back to WWE.
Don't you, Eric?
What's that?
Do you know where he's been wrestling?
No.
He's been in MLW.
I don't know what that is. So it's
Major League Wrestling.
Major League Wrestling. It's the Cord Bauer promotion.
Any other names I might recognize in there?
Trying to think. Tom Lawler has been had his faction in there. I'm trying to think who else. It honestly hasn't been that great lately. I've tried watching a couple of shows, and it's just not clicking for me. But like Alex Hammerstone used to be in there. He's in TNA now. And he's a big dude that I've been expecting. I thought would have gotten overtures from WWE at some point, but I know there might be some behavioral issues there. I'm not sure, but yeah. So I mean, we'll see. There's an NXT show tomorrow night, Venkman.
Yeah, I know there's because I figured they had the Bash tonight or just So then they always do NXT.
Well, no, but this is in Denver though.
Oh.
Yeah, and the main event is Ethan Page against Joe Hendry.
Oh, why does it sound right? Is that the guy who is like, "Hi, I'm Joe"?
I believe in Joe Hendry.
Yeah, you know where he was? He was on TNA the other week.
Yeah,
because
he's TNA.
Oh, I don't watch TNA.
Well, he's part of the TNA NXT crossover stuff.
Mm.
But I mean,
I'd better Bo believe.
he is
in-
so over with the fans.
I like the other guy. I like Wyatt's brother or Nick cousin, whatever it is.
What, Bo?
Yep, Bo.
Bo Dallas?
Yep, Bo. I want to believe.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
isn't he the Wyatt 6 guy now?
yeah. I mean, he had a good match with Chad Gable on I think that was the Raw main event Monday.
I thought he's Uncle Howdy.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I saw somebody kind of, and not Melcher, say that he criticized it because if you are making them, basically criticized Bo Dallas for doing his job.
Yeah.
He said he shouldn't have sold anything because he's the leader of the Wyatts and they should be able to just like squish Chad Gables's.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I kind of agree with that, at least initially. But yeah, I said I gotta admit they do nothing for me, and I was right. My brother was wrong. I told him that they would be faces.
Oh, the Wyatt Six?
Yeah, he goes.
Yeah.
He goes. They killed people. He's of course he's tongue in cheek. I go, doesn't matter. They said this. This is the promotion that 25 years ago had a 6-man tag team match where the dead man, the porn star, and the vampire were the good guy team.
Yeah.
I'll buy anything
Yeah.
under those
Yeah. Well,
parameters.
I'm going to say we've got 5 people left watching, so let's go ahead and end the stream. We can talk offline. So, good night, everybody.
Good night, Gracie.